Well, what have you done here to us, Gary? Have you lined this discussion up so we can talk about Old Snow Basin Road?
Sure have. Yeah.
Great, that's good.
Yeah.
Well, we'd like to, we're going to start this meeting right now. Please come in. This is our work session, 11 o'clock today. We're a couple minutes late of the Weber County Commission. We have, man, all our engineering department here. I'm not
Yes,
gonna
sir.
call out by name, and Bill Ross, and we have members of the Utah Department of Transportation. Why don't you introduce yourself?
Sure. So I'm Brett Slater. I'm the Region 1 Program Manager.
I'm Carrie Jacobson. I'm the Region 1 Traffic Operations Engineer.
Great. And then there's Commissioner Frohr and myself and Commissioner Harvey. So,
Hold on.
Staff. Oh,
what?
he introduced it. Well,
Yeah, I've already done that, Harvey.
Sorry.
So with that in mind, we're gonna go ahead and turn this over to Tucker's listed. Gary?
I can introduce the subject.
All right, Gary, go ahead.
Carrie, Brett, thanks for joining us today. So we wanted to get together with you guys and have a discussion about the intersection of Old Snow Basin Road and Highway 39. Brett, you and I have kind of talked about this intersection a little bit in the past, and just so UDOT is aware, we've got two decent sized developments coming in. If you've been up there recently, you've seen the roads being cut kind of through the hills up there. There's one development that has 41 lots coming into it. Yes, sir.
May I?
Yeah.
Sean, can you just so I love having maps, then the people online can see.
Super helpful. Yeah.
If you don't mind,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
So I understand that the developers on the corner, at our last meeting, I understand they signed the development agreement.
They did.
So,
And
that's good to know.
That's the second of the two
So
developments.
that kind of sets our course now.
That's right. And Brett and Carrie, just so you know, the second development happens to be right on the corner of where 39 and Old Snow Basin Road intersect. It would kind of be the southwestern portion quadrant of that intersection
So
there.
that subdivision would still be accessing their lot from the Old Snow Basin.
From Old Snow Basin, correct.
Unless you'd rather have it on the highway.
So it's kind of that top one.
Yeah. So we've got the bigger subdivision with 41 lots coming, and then this one will have 10 different lots within it that will access it. So we're right around 50 lots, all of them accessing onto Old Snow Basin and ultimately onto Highway 39. So initially, and Carrie, I don't know what Brett mentioned to you or how much he's brought you up to speed on this, but we asked for a traffic impact study to be done with the bigger subdivision. Something of that size, we're always going to ask for it. We want to see what's happening. What they identified to us in the study is that, and correct me if so I've got Ashley and Tucker here, correct me if I'm wrong, but they indicated that a need for a left turn lane and a right turn pocket on Old Snow Basin was already existing before the additional traffic that these two subdivisions and number of lots will trigger.
So what you're saying is it's already at peak capacity without having a left turn lane. And these 41 lots will just extremely make the problem worse.
Correct.
Well, I think the way it read was, given the category of road, it was necessary, not particularly the number of units, but it seems like the report stated something about it being a certain category of road, and maybe the speeds warranted having that.
And with the additional lots, you definitely would have, either way, you would have triggered into the new category.
It's not going to improve.
So part of the way that we've evaluated this type of situation when they're applying for an access onto the state route is if they would be required to put it in with their own traffic.
Mhm.
So if, for example, they met if the requirement was 10 right turning vehicles, if their development would meet that requirement, even if the need already exists, then we would still require them to put it in anyway. So
Okay.
even though they may be adding to it and they say, well, it already qualifies, there's already need there outside of our traffic study. But if they would generate enough traffic on their own that they would meet that threshold, then we ask them to put it in anyway.
I see.
So you went really quick there. So you just had a traffic study done.
Within the last, how long
It's
ago was
been
it?
a few months.
It's probably been 4 or 5 months ago. that we
Okay,
had it done.
and the traffic study said what?
It said, the way I understood it is that, given the speed of the highway, this left turn to go
39.
west
Mhm.
needed acceleration lane to get into the flow of traffic.
On 39,
Yeah,
okay.
As well as. a
But
left-
Old Snow Basin Road, it's okay?
I believe it was okay, given what was there.
Correct. Yeah, I think we're okay
But
on
it
Old
didn't
Snow
need
Basin. but-
improvements. on
So
that
where are you
part.
talking about? You're not talking about Old Snow Basin Road.
They're talking about.
The
Highway
intersection
39.
where it intersects 39. So, and I believe I remember in the study, Ashley, correct me if I'm wrong, but they suggested it would be good to have a left turn lane for the westbound traffic to turn onto Old Snow Basin as well.
That's the more critical move.
The
That is
eastbound.
correct.
Correct.
It's, yeah.
The
West-
eastbound? or the
Westbound traffic, westbound traffic.
Westbound
You're going
to
west.
south.
So it is snow,
Oh, okay.
you are talking Snow
I
Basin.
see what
Road,
you're
correct?
saying.
Yeah. And I
The only one
apologize.
you're gonna turn into, the subdivision, you're gonna turn into Snow Basin Road. So what
Correct.
there's no it's a T crossing.
I misunderstood your question, Commissioner. I apologize. Yes, correct. So we are talking to the intersection of Old Snow Basin
Yeah.
Road and Highway 39. And what the study suggested is that there's not really a left turn lane
There's no
to
left turn.
turn, as you're heading westbound, to turn onto Old Snow Basin. And then also that would provide a little bit of room once
Yeah,
people are
there's-
turning left from Old Snow Basin onto 39.
There's not.
To
So
accelerate.
that's a 2-lane and we need a 3-lane.
That's
Got
correct.
it, got it.
Or a turn pocket.
Right.
At
turn
that
pocket.
location.
Correct.
Okay. And who initiated this study?
We requested it.
Okay. And so now you're telling us the developers of this property, they need to participate in it.
They should put it in, Commissioner.
Okay,
That's-
that's UDOT's policy.
Your guys'
So-
policy?
So I guess that goes back to what I was saying originally, is that you guys go back and look at the traffic study. And if, based on their development,
Mhm.
that they would meet that threshold, then that's what we would be asking for. That's how we've been applying that rule is, so for example, if the threshold was 10,
Uh-huh.
and there's already 20 people that turn there, but the development's adding 10, then if they were applying for an access on UDOT road, we would ask them to build that left turn pocket. But if the threshold is 10 and there's already 20, but they're only adding 4 cars, then we haven't required the developer to build that, because that's an existing issue that the department would need to deal with. But if they meet those requirements on their own, that's how we've applied that rule.
Okay. And those are, I'm sure, hypothetical numbers, right? I
Right,
mean,
I haven't looked
whatever-
at this study
whatever-
or anything, that's just an example of a condition where you may have a development that comes in that is generating new traffic, but like in this example, they're saying, well, this is already an existing problem, therefore it shouldn't be our responsibility to construct it. But like I said, that's how we've applied that rule, that if they meet those requirements on their own, that we
Mhm.
still ask them to put it in.
Or these folks know that their responsibility is to build this?
I don't know that we've had that discussion with either of the developers.
So,
I think the one up further does, but
Yeah,
not the.
well, he's
CW.
recorded his lots already, right, John Lewis?
Correct.
So how does that work? He just,
He, when we've met with him and talked about this in the past, he talked about a proportionate share. He
Yeah.
understands would be his responsibility,
That's right.
but that the whole improvements, when he didn't think that was.
So if
proportionate.
he's got 41 and these people, I think, had 10 or 11, did you? put in? 10?
Mhm.
So that'd be divided by 51. Who's gonna do the actual construction?
Actually, they do. So,
So just one more example,
Uh-huh.
Gary, is that in this case, if you have 2 developments coming in that are contributing, And then you guys, because they're not directly accessing, then you guys would have the authority to say, okay, we're gonna take a percentage of the construction costs from this development and a percentage from this other development and put those together and then have that constructed. But anybody who applies for an access on a UDOT road, the developer would be responsible for the construction of the left.
But
turn
this
lane.
access already exists.
But the
So
left turn
it's
does
not,
not.
it's not a new access for UDOT.
No, but if they're adding traffic that
Right.
creates a traffic hazard
But I guess
beyond the threshold.
the point is, if you've got 2 or 3 major subdivisions up there, you probably still have another 30 or 40 lots in that phase. So my question is what about the existing subdivisions, 2 or 3 subdivisions that are the major source of traffic up there? What do they add into this? Because, and you're still gonna add.
They're
addition-
yet to be developed.
Yeah, well, you.
No, the ones that are existing.
The ones that are existing, you still have vacant lots.
Well, she's addressed that. She says they were basically grandfathered in. You're not gonna go back and charge them.
No, I mean,
Yeah.
we don't
So it's
have
the
a
new
mechanism
development.
Yeah,
to do that. I mean,
yeah, that's my point
Technically-
is, the-
So
I think
if the
those
county
people that
had
are
impact
using
fees,
that
you
right
could-
now
you could-
should have some
Assess
skin in the
that.
game.
Why? I
Well,
mean, they're pretty happy. It's the impact is the impact of the new people.
Well,
I understand what you're saying,
yeah,
but
well, the impact, but still, they're getting the advantage of the developers. Whoever
They
that
are,
is, they're
but
getting the advantage.
that's your policy, right? You're not gonna go back and ask any of the,
the people that are
Right.
already there.
yeah, see, they're not gonna go back and
Yeah.
ask them, Gabe.
No.
Right, yeah,
I
I
mean,
think,
technically-
Individual homeowners at
Right.
that point, that'd be very.
Right.
difficult.
well, but there's some vacant lots that there's not homes on it right now, that will be.
Yeah,
In
so
fact-
what are we gonna do about those?
In fact, you may have users that
Well,
come in
look,
after this.
How old's this GeoGizmo image?
Oh, a couple of years probably.
Oh, so are all those, that second cul-de-sac there, the one on the left, are they all built on now?
I don't know how many of those are built, but there are additional phases up the hill.
Right,
See, look at all those lots coming in.
that was my point, that's where I was getting to.
So what are we talking to do this? $1 million, $500,000? So is the county gonna go up and widen it? You know, I stress putting a private developer on this, or I mean, a private contractor. You guys, don't you kind of have a list of people you would normally,
So the developer, they have to be bonded, they have to be accredited, and then they would pull a bond, they pull a permit. And they have inspectors, so and then there's some requirements, we help them to know what the pavement section should look like. But there's some things they can do a lot cheaper than having us get involved as UDOT. As they work through that, because they would not produce the plan sets that we typically would have to
Mhm.
produce to go out to bid.
They would still go through the permit process to have their plans reviewed and approved by the department. And.
so you've got most of this on the south side of the street. Who is this?
So this is,
Us, Sean?
this came from UDOT. And
Okay.
there were, if you look on that front page, there are 2 bids. There's one in current and one in 2024. So it's
Oh,
like 600,000 and 800,000 or something like that.
How much does Utah participate with this financially?
We provide the inspectors. That's all we, for a development like this, that's all we would bring.
822.
He got no money coming into this.
No, because the development who is generating that, they're making revenue off of the lots and the subdivision, so that's how that kind of works out.
Well, now, hold on just a second, I just don't, you know, I see all this money being spent on freeways, I guess it's all divided against everybody in the state.
That's correct.
You know, is MIDA participating in the cost of the new freeway interchange in Clearfield Sunset?
It's all state funds, so it's kind of interesting.
Well, okay,
Whether
because it's a
minor
state
or-
road, and so is this a state road, why won't we use state funds to build this house?
So teach me. Okay, so the minor thing is a little bit different. That's an interchange, right?
Oh,
So
this is
we're-
a T interchange.
So we're not, but we're not building the interchange for MIDA. So the reason MIDA came into play on 1800 North is you want to get, for that one's kind of interesting discussion if you want to get into MIDA. Because so UDOT didn't have the mechanism.
Keep that up high, you don't have to go into the
Oh,
details.
okay, because that one gets really weird because you got federal land that we needed. And it's very difficult to get federal property for the new interchange, right? So that's why they created the MIDA. So MIDA ended up getting property from
Right.
the federal government, and then they're exchanging that property to UDOT. So when it's all said and done, that's how that's playing out. But so we do this all the time with subdivisions up and down. And what's interesting, there was a subdivision, if you just zoom out, there's a subdivision on SR 39 that we required to put a left turn in. And it just like this, where they came in and put an access on to 39. And so any development that comes in, if they come into the state, they apply for a permit, we require them to do a traffic study. The difference here is you have an existing road. It's been there for a while. So they're now accessing off of your road. And so the only mechanism we have is hoping you as a good neighbor says, you know what, this is going to cause traffic impacts to not only the existing homes, but everyone traveling up and down 39. And this happens for subdivisions all over the place. We require them to put it. It's happening out by my house in Hooper.
I get it. It's just,
Okay, so
I get it.
2700 north, that exit where we're getting off, going west into Plain City. There's gonna be an S curve there, and on the north side of that, we've just getting ready to site 720 lots in there. So they will have the same requirement there. They will be required to come in and improve that road to the
So-
standard for the traffic.
This is one area where the counties and UDOT have not always communicated as well. And that is when you have large developments that are accessing existing streets. And so if they were applying for a direct access to a UDOT road, we would go through the process that Brett and Gary described.
And that would be a new access.
Yeah, if they were
Okay.
applying for a new access, or if they were changing the use of an existing access, but that was directly to a UDOT road, they would go through the process of doing a traffic study. If they met the requirements to build the turn lanes, they would be required to build the turn lanes. In this case, and in some other cases where the road already exists, but they're adding more traffic to it, then we kind of have to rely on the county to ask for the traffic study and to ask for those turn lanes to be built, because unless they're directly accessing a UDOT road, we technically don't have the legal authority to do that. But it's a safety issue for the people who live there and who also drive on 39 that we're trying to address. Because if there's a vehicle that's sitting in the through lane waiting to turn left, then anybody, the higher speed traffic behind them has a greater chance of rear-ending the car that's sitting waiting to turn. And so we're trying to address safety issues as well as mobility by having those turn lanes built.
Well, I don't think we question your safety. We just want to be uniform in the way we apply things, right, Gage?
Yeah, so this, I mean, when I oversaw UDOT, this was a constant conversation I had with Carlos. But it comes down to communication. The problem I have with this is that part of it's our problem, part of it's UDOT's problem, is that we have these subdivisions come in and apply, and yet we don't have an agreement with these developers in writing that says, look, if you do this, you're going to be responsible to pay 400,000 or whatever it may be for road improvement. So now you put the county, in between the developer and that road. So I don't think that's, that's not a good form to have.
Well, so what we'd hope is as this development's coming in and they're looking to put in their lots, you've required a TSP study. And from that TSP study, you would say, okay, based on these numbers, based on the impact that your development's coming, this is what would need to occur. And so that's kind of the mechanism we go down also as we're going through that approval process. Before they start, we would say, okay, you are bringing this many left turns. You need to build a left turn as part of your development. And that's typically how we do that. So, and we can control that cut and to force that hand a little bit. The city here or the county would just need to, as part of their development agreement, put something in writing that this would be part of that development.
Well, and
Yeah, but we didn't do it.
I don't
in this
disagree.
case.
So what you're saying, this is our fault, not yours.
I don't think
That
we
these
wanna
guys should have
say-
been aware of that, put that in development. agreement.
Well, they were, okay, so that one's kind of interesting. It's no one's fault. Gary brought this up pretty early and said, so it's just
So the guy just signed the development agreement 4 or 5 days
Yeah.
ago. Is this in the development
It
agreement?
doesn't need to be. He hasn't submitted, well, he has submitted his subdivision application, but, and Tucker's called this out in the subdivision review that he is going to need to improve that intersection.
Has he? Okay. Oh, well, that's where Gage was headed.
Yeah.
So, but.
I'm just
John
saying,
Lewis
it's a
situation
little
is
late now to
John's
go
a little-
back and say, we've got a development agreement, time we've approved your subdivision. Oh, by the way, you've got to come up with an extra $500,000. That's not
Well, it
fair
won't
for the
be-
county to put somebody in that situation.
John knows that he's likely going to
Yeah.
have to pay something toward this. He just doesn't want to pay the whole.
Well, John does, but the brand new guy on the
Yes,
corner.
he knows as well. He knows. as
So, you
well.
know, this brings up another deal. Gosh, damn, you know, when it comes to impact fees on stuff like this, these all need to be spread uniformly across the impact fees. And it ought to be on that whole hill, not just on 51 lots.
That's my point.
So we do collect a road impact fee from all of those residents that will build, and that money can go toward this. But it,
And what is that fee, John?
you guys know off the top of your head, transportation fee up in the valley?
I'd have to look it up.
Okay,
Sean,
we
off the top
can
of
look
my
at,
head.
it's
over 1,000.
it's over
Yeah.
$1,000.
Okay, so 1,100-1,200 bucks.
Yeah, somewhere around.
So on this, we will collect $50,000-$60,000 in road fees. So of course, that doesn't even come close, right?
Sure.
So this is an above and beyond, and they all understand that. So what do we do now with the lots in this subdivision here that are not developed?
They will pay an impact fee when they build.
Well,
their
yeah,
house.
but it's not uniform. It's not fair now because John's gonna pay 20,000, they're gonna pay 1,200.
Well, everybody will pay, every homeowner will pay the same impact fee. We're saying that the developer needs, because he's the one causing part of this problem, he needs to pay his fair share of fixing the problem. And any future developer will do the same. The developments before this did not have the same issue.
Okay, so so the ones that are undeveloped in that subdivision, their traffic isn't on the road yet.
Correct. If there are new phases of the chalets that still
Well,
need to be.
no,
recorded-
they're not in phases. They are just not building.
Okay, so
They're an
they-
empty lot.
every one of those lots will pay an impact fee when they come and get a building.
Yeah, my point is, if they'd already done it, the traffic study would have showed that we reached this before now even.
That's possible.
And they should have paid a larger share.
So UDOT runs into this problem too a little bit.
Uh-huh.
And it's that system of, so a lot of times we'll come in and put a road in. So recently we put a road down 4,000 south. Originally it was a 2-lane road. We came in and put a 5-lane road facility in there. Developments prior to us doing that 2-lane road, every subdivision, they would actually have to come in and they did road work to put in a left turn lane. Well, all of a sudden we come in with this massive project, and we put a 5-lane road in. All subdivisions after that point, they don't need to do a left turn lane. It's already in for them,
Right,
right? So sometimes it's he who comes first gets.
Yeah,
it's just
first
how it
in
plays
line.
out. Yeah.
pays the impact.
We've run into that problem on other developments.
So do you ever set up a zone or an area where the impact fee goes on for 10 or 15 years?
So that's kind of where we have to rely on local governments because we don't have the ability to hold money in
Oh,
escrow
that's right.
to build these kinds of
It's
projects.
kind of on us.
It is, but even we only have the ability to go 5 years, right?
With the impact fees, that's right.
Yeah, the impact
Yeah.
fees.
We can't go very long, is the challenge.
See, that's what I've been struggling with on the sewer and on these others, Gage, is when we set these, I want to set up an impact area and collect a fee for it.
Yeah.
And it all works out, but you have to be aware ongoingly all the time that you're bumping up against your 5 years. You got to spend this money you've collected.
No, that's exactly right.
So the other thing that you could do is something similar to what we did at Powder Mountain for the snow removal. You could put a special tax on a specific area to pay for improvements like this. And that would include everybody that
Yeah,
owns
but
property.
that goes on forever.
You could eliminate it after it's paid for. I mean, that's up to you, how you do that.
Sure.
Brett and Carrie, one of the challenges we have is pursuing state money is kind of challenging up in this area. Because a lot of your MPO money does not apply to the Upper Valley.
It doesn't because if you look at the MPO boundaries, the
Stops
urban
at the
area
spine.
yeah.
The spine of the Wasatch. So are there any opportunities UDOT could work with us on to help us with this kind of an improvement or this challenge we're running into at this particular intersection?
Also, and we talked about that a little bit on some of these, that if there's an existing condition, so in a big development, if they're bringing in 51 homes and there's still more empty, yeah, we'd love to see, we do the same thing you do. We try to extend our funds. We'd love to see the development. They're bringing these are high dollar lots that they would make those improvements to the road. But if we needed to help out, we are more than willing to come to the table with the county and the developer to do some things.
Okay.
I mean, for example, like we talked about at 3500 West
Yes.
and 12th. And that's an existing issue
Yep.
that, just like at that intersection, these other locations, you can submit those to us. And I mean, and then we can look and prioritize based on all the other places in the county that
Yeah.
submit to us or other counties. And then we kind of rank those with the funds that we have available to distribute for transportation solutions projects and stuff. And but we kind of have to evaluate those in relation to all the other
Yeah.
locations that would submit that request to.
And I don't know if the commissioners are aware, but there was a study UDOT did on the intersection of 3500 West and 12th Street. You're familiar with that area? That's
Very familiar.
3500 crosses over the railroad tracks and then drops right into 12th Street right there,
Right.
within 50 feet, 100 foot
100
roughly.
foot.
Yeah,
And
Probably about 75, 80 feet.
yeah, somewhere in there. And
Yeah,
it's
two cars.
the study has shown that it warrants a signal.
right. So there were 2 severe crashes in basically the last, I don't know, 9 months or so in that area. And so we looked at that and we looked at the volumes and with the railroad issues there that we only have a single lane in each direction. And we talked about the need to improve that intersection and what we could possibly, knowing that working with the railroad would take several years to do that, that we would get the ball rolling now and do some design work on that intersection so that we can have a cost estimate and start accumulating the money, a combination of UDOT and possibly safety funds and county funds to be combined together to work on that intersection. So I think there are opportunities and ways that we are looking to do those kinds of projects together. But in cases like this where any money that the county would collect, you know, is when you're building new development and they're not directly accessing the UDOT road, we really do depend on the county to try and accumulate some funding to go with that to make those improvements.
That
Well,
is good.
In this area where you can see what we're doing now and what you're requesting here, do you have any desire to be involved on the north side of that road? Because they continue to expand over there. That I can't see the name of that subdivision.
Which one?
Edgewater is the one.
This one?
The one across the street?
Yeah.
These new ones, these are all new down here.
Correct.
This is existing. And so they're coming into that same T
So I think they have.
right here.
Left turn and a right turn into that development.
Yeah.
They-
Yeah, I think they were required to do
Yeah,
that.
there's a turn lane. going in
Okay,
there,
so
Scott.
they're okay as far as you're concerned. Okay, well, if they're okay, then, well, okay, I just want to make sure that when we finish, it'll be where you want it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see that turn lane.
Now, the challenge UDOT's up against, commissioners, is if they were to champion this project, it adds a lot more effort and probably cost involved to it if they were to own this and do it themselves. So they would have to do an environmental document. And that could open.
So
the
my
door for-
question was if they just wanted to be in charge of their side. So
Okay,
while we're
gotcha,
doing it, we could
gotcha,
do it
yeah.
together. That's all I cared.
Gotcha, okay. So
So-
what Brett and I discussed earlier is it would probably be easier for the improvements to happen and probably cheaper if we were to do the work or oversee it.
Weaver County?
Oversee it, yeah, if the county or if the developer oversaw the project versus the state taking the reins.
But you would have an inspector up there, make
Yeah.
sure we did it to your requirements. All right, any questions, Gage?
No, I think I understand it.
Commissioner Harvey?
I don't necessarily like it.
Questions. I have
I'm
some
not nuts
questions.
about it,
with
but I
regards
don't know
to-
what else you do.
I got questions with regards to lineup and how that is, but you guys can all figure that out with regards to how much space is needed and widths needed for getting up to speed and things like that. It's just how it would look.
There's standards for what those
Yeah.
lengths would be.
So now it just comes down to funding now
Right.
and how we approach
Yeah.
that.
So what has John Lewis agreed to pay, or,
So like,
so how much, my question is, how much is the county gonna get stuck with it?
well, and that's why I was gonna
Not
ask
10 cents.
Carrie, is there any sort of safety money or anything like that that you can come to the table with on this?
Right now, I don't think there's probably safety funds that we could apply for. The only thing, and Brett probably can speak more to the funding options than I can, is transportation solutions money.
Yeah, it'd be a new TSP project, but we've already submitted that, or what we're gonna submit to the commission, it's already been allocated. Yeah, so as you work through this development and you're coming up with some hurdles and talk to us, but.
Okay.
So I think where we're heading is a little bit better, knowing that the developer, this is something that they should be owning and doing. And then if we need to come to this table, then let's talk offline and let's see what we can do to help out.
Okay.
So $16,000 a lot.
Yeah, it's pretty big.
If we divide it by 51 and we go by the 822,
Well, and we, 822s in 2024.
Well, it's 822 or 680 something. You're
Right.
probably in the ballpark of 7.25, 750, and you can apply that. I mean, your numbers can be
We've got the other.
a lot.
yeah, well,
That's a lot.
14 or 15,000 per
John's
lot.
John's is 51. is that right?
41 on
and then
John.
41 plus 10.
And then 10 on.
Right.
Basin.
But realistically, if you're gonna be fair, you should divide some of that out by some of the other guys up the hill that haven't developed yet.
That's how I look at
That's
it.
what he was saying.
You know, Rick, we need to take a look at this. You know, and we've talked about this issue in nauseam, to nauseam almost, but we really never come up with an answer. I mean, Cortland, Mr., what'd you call him, the ambassador of enthusiasm?
Yeah.
He always comes in there and says, no, you can't do this. But the fact of the matter is, we've got to come up with some kind of a way to be more fair and equitable to these people.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yeah.
You know, we're doing it already in kind of with the sewer. You know, what we're doing, so let me just finish that thought out in my mind, so see if it makes sense. We're taking some county funds and doing something so that people in future developments can participate and pay us back. That's kind of how I see going up here. But we don't have an endless supply of cash. We can just throw at all these new developments for all these future improvements to be able to get our cash back. And you know what I'm saying?
We are doing this on the sewer, but we've run out of money already.
Okay.
I mean, the second lift station is ready to go in and we don't have any money.
So as far as funding goes, we do have some road impact fees. We also have Prop 1 funds that could be used for this road.
Prop 1 funds would be great because there's all the traffic that's going up to, you know, the bicycle and the hiking to Art and Ord and some of those other
Correct.
areas.
That's,
So that Prop 1 thing would
that's a
work.
thought.
Well, why
So-
should we use our money?
Prop 1 money is the entire,
I know.
Commissioner, I would agree with you on it with that sentiment, because I think, so this is something, this isn't new.
Why should we use ours?
hold on.
That's my
When
point.
you ask why you should use, I don't think you really should. We require developments a little bit smaller than this to put a full left turn in. And yes, it divided into their, it's happening right now. If you drive around 4,000 SR 39, if you go all the way, or actually that's 37, if you look at what we did there, each of these subdivisions are required to put a left turn in. And we don't go and we don't count up lots. We just say, you've now met this impact, you need to put a left turn in.
What I'm saying there is, can we use the Prop 1 funds to be reimbursed for later? So we're not using the Prop 1 funds. I'm not saying, let's use
Yeah.
Prop 1 ones and cover it. but we have money in Prop 1. Can we front that money out of the Prop 1 and then reimburse it like we're doing ourselves out of the sewer?
Well,
Out of
we'll
impact
have to ask Chris and
I don't know.
Cortland
Yeah,
about
You see what
that.
I'm saying on that?
Yeah,
They got
I
the
know.
money.
We'll have to ask them. All right, well, thank you. Guys,
Okay.
we appreciate you coming in and going through this with us. We know who's, any questions, Rick or Gary or any of you guys?
No, and I've worked fairly close with Terry and Brett. I can keep in touch with you guys if we've got more coming up.
So, but we need to have a conversation with John Lewis and with CW Land.
Yep.
But we need direction from commissioners. Is this a developer funded project or is the county going to put any money into this?
Well, that's gonna have a discussion.
Okay, so we need to discuss that a little further.
right.
before we
I
go
have
back.
problems with either of those solutions because I don't think we have done our due diligence in informing the developers what the cost would be and that they're responsible for it.
Well, now they said they know this.
We've-
all.
We've talked with them in the past. We've talked.
Well, I know you've talked to them. We don't have anything in writing.
You're correct. Nothing's been in writing because we didn't.
Well, no, stop now. You just said that our development agreement had something in it.
For CW Land.
For CW.
Yeah, so CW knows
But
it.
not for John Lewis, which is 41 lots.
Correct.
But
Yeah, I will-
hold on, you said you had some conversations
I
with
will
John
say,
Lewis.
John is very aware of this. John has already offered to put in a portion of the
Well,
money.
I know he's aware of it because I was here when we had those
Yes,
meetings.
yep.
My point is that there's a lot of difference between, okay, I'm aware of something, and now you go back to somebody and say, well, you know,
Correct.
his point's gonna be, well, I thought it was gonna be 50,000. Now it's gonna be 500,000.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's a big difference.
big
Did
difference.
you guys ever say a number?
We never discussed a number.
Well, and that's my point. A number should have been discussed
Correct,
before.
correct. And there, yeah.
This is coming after the fact, not before.
Sure.
Well, this gets complicated, but you can see, we've got to put a policy in place here that covers us. And I don't know how we're gonna do it. I don't feel like we've got this all the way right now.
I don't.
No.
We don't.
No, we need to develop. it a
We
little
don't.
further.
Yeah, I mean, this is another
So-
thing, is with the right planning up front, we can, you know, this shouldn't be coming up.
Right, all right.
Hey, why we still got Utah here, but UDOT here, so we need to have a discussion. In fact, I was at the Capitol this morning. Talk about priorities. One of our priorities for Weber County is 1900 West 12th Street to 4700.
Yeah.
And so we've asked Carlos and Linda to come up and look at that, but I'd like your input with these guys as far as what we can do to speed that up. So as you know, Weber County's improved 4700 West to about 72, 73,
Oh, we're past that, we're about 76,
76, excuse me. But
just past.
the main bottleneck is from 1900 to 47. I mean, some of the legislators of the committee this morning were even bringing up, you know, how can you even develop that site until UDOT does their share?
No, so I don't know exactly where that is on the long range plan. I'd have to, I need to go look that up.
Can you check on that? Because
Yes, we
we're
absolutely
gonna
can.
be,
It is on
we just put a
phase two-
request in this morning, which I think is gonna
37.
come about for
I
some
think
state
it's
funds.
in phase, and I think that is in phase 2 or 3. It's not in phase 1.
So what does that mean?
So.
Time wise?
so,
It's
20, 30
phase
years.
1,
20 years.
2030?
Yep.
Yeah, so
Oh,
we are gonna finish in 2 years.
Yeah.
We're gonna do, we've got our allocation in to finish, and we've got a commitment from Weaver Basin to finish the water line project out there. And we will finish our road to 9350. And then 9350, we just improved this year going north to, out to GSL. So our road will be done in 2 years, is what I'm telling you.
So.
Well, 3 years, probably.
3 years.
It'll be
So
started
when
in
you
2
work-
years.
When you work with Wasatch Front, like we have those meetings
Right,
in the fall to discuss what your priorities are. And if you have socioeconomic data that says that you're going to be building fast, you know, there's more
Faster.
homes or businesses that that you know of that are either going to be, the development's going to be more dense or it's happening faster than maybe you had anticipate, you know, maybe than you thought 5 years ago, communicating that to Wasatch Front. And that then they incorporate those things into their model, and that kind of also goes into where those projects are in which
So I
phase.
I think we've got a meeting coming up with Wasatch Front Region.
Yeah,
And
we're
All
gonna
right,
have to-
we'll put them in there.
And you guys were just recently involved in those workshops, just
Yeah,
within the last month.
Right.
That's where you know, they say, hey, put something
Yeah.
on the line, put something on the map. That's exactly,
Well, we had a meeting with you about 10 months ago, 9 months ago, where you came in here and seen our master planning for this whole north area.
Well, was Carlos was there and who else was there? Terry, was she there? Terry?
I don't know, but anyway, so you should be aware of what we're doing.
Yeah.
On our master planning.
Yeah, so communicating that to Wasatch
We'll
Front,
get
so
that.
they
Yeah,
know
we can get
when
that.
that
to 'em.
development's occurring.
Commissioner
what
Jenkins,
That's a
phase.
good
the
idea.
three of us will, we all. sit
Yeah,
on.
we'll do it.
Pretty fun.
All right.
Also a meeting coming up like next week or
Yeah, there's
so.
the transportation meeting on the 16th.
You got the
That-
STIP meeting.
Yeah, the normal coordination meeting you have
Yeah.
with Wasatch Front.
So there's been, and to Commissioner's point, there's been a little bit of a snowball effect on some of these residential developments that seeing the industrial growth potential, they've started to gain a little steam as well too, and it's still just one big engine moving, gaining speed on this, so.
Well, and I'm sorry, but I'm gonna actually put an accent on this. With the sewer, with the work you've been doing, Commissioner, on the sewer out there and all that sewer stuff. All that's gonna do is accelerate
Yeah,
other things.
no, that's
It's
why
like-
this becomes critical.
Said Project Jiffy Pop, and the kernels are starting to pop. Well, you can count it. You know, pretty soon, we're not gonna count it. Because it's just gonna go, drrrr, and you can't count that. But it's pop, 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 pop. I mean, you can, it's going.
No, from the county side of things, any traffic data that we, any of the traffic data on the UDOT website or from studies that we've done out there that you would like to have access to, then you can let me know that too.
and you guys made a request with putting the high priority corridor for the West Beaver, and that actually now is on the
Good.
high priority list.
Yeah.
So that it's not finalized, but I just seen it.
That's West Legacy?
Yep,
Okay,
it
that's
it
good.
is on there as a high priority corridor.
Yeah, we requested that a couple months ago.
Well, and we even made a request for 12th Street in that too, the last round of WFRC.
High
too.
priority.
Yeah, high priority, so.
All right.
And then Gary brought up just recently or earlier on this meeting, what we can do a little bit in the valley. So things that you guys have brought up to us, we really take that back and try to incorporate that. One of the things the county had pushed a while back was that roundabout. And so we're actually funding a roundabout there on 39 going up
That's right.
to
Powder
Monty.
Yep.
Going to Monty.
Well, up to Monty.
Yeah.
So we have not started or looking at the one going up to Powder Mountain, but the one up to Monty. And it's actually going to be a lot more expensive than we initially had thought as we're funding this, because we're trying to fund a right turn. Try to pull some of the cars away from that roundabout itself, but it really should make a pretty.
So
good-
is the
You start
roundabout
that-
still going in this year?
No.
Design
no,
this year.
It's designing this year.
Hold
Okay, I thought he said it was gonna be.
on. I thought it was
No.
this year.
No, design this year.
We just, yeah, so we got some pretty good wetlands and some wetland mitigation we're gonna have to
You
do.
do,
But there's a
on
stream.
the
that-
southeast corner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we have that to deal with, and we have right away we need to buy.
Mhm.
So that's gonna take us this full year and hoping we'll go to construction next year.
We did have the kickoff meeting last month, probably 2 weeks ago,
Yeah.
maybe 2 weeks ago, so things are in
Well,
motion.
That's needed.
Be a huge
And that was kind of
improvement.
a thing that you guys, the county brought up and saying, hey, this is something the
Yeah.
county is important to us. And so when you guys have those things, bring those forward, because we really try to incorporate whatever you have.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay,
All right,
thanks for
thank you.
coming, you guys.
We appreciate it. So Rick, you need to put on our meeting 2 or 3 weeks from now for an hour. And we need to get our attorneys and bring them in with it. We need to talk about impact fee. And once again, trying to figure out how we're gonna mitigate these impacts and split them up and be fair to everybody. We got to put that in.
Yeah, it's a matter of being equitable and.
Right.
those people and the developers, if they're brought in on the, if we could bring them in when they start, and say there'll be a point, whether it's a taxing entity or however we work that. But everybody up there that's using that road should participate.
Well, we gotta figure that out.
Yeah, I'm a user. If you use it, you should pay
I'm a
for it.
user guy too.
So,
You know, that, it takes it down to a couple $1,000s.
Yeah.
And the way it is right now, these guys are paying big
Well,
amounts.
you know,
16,000.
so let's just, I want to take 2 seconds if I can, Mr. Chair, on that.
Hey, quick, come
So
on in.
do we talk about the user fees to the people, the people of the valley pay the user fee, or the people of the county? Or all the people from Salt Lake and Davis County that are coming and doing it? That's my point.
But that's a road going up the hill, so it's not the same people.
But it's but there's a ton of people that go snowmobiling or recreating.
They're all,
everything
but
else up
to
there.
their point, the people that are causing this are the new people.
Which, well, the new people trigger,
Be using
new
the-
people trigger this result, but there's still, I bet there's 50 or 60, well, there's more than that, there's probably 100 people that have been using that turn for the last 8 to 12, 15 years.
Oh, yeah.
2 major subdivisions.
Sure, and what do? That's
So-
gone though, there's nothing. we
No,
can
that's
do
what,
there.
but what I'm saying is that we should, if we would have looked at this, or somebody would have looked at this.
And?
Previous.
Heard my name.
Right, all right.
Hi.
That's
All
why
right.
we gotta have that discussion.
We're sorry, we're running behind here. This last conversation took a bit. So we welcome you all here.
Nice to meet you.
Scott Jenkins.
Oh, you wanna?
Yeah.
okay, we'll do that.
You bet. All right,
Try and catch you up.
you bet. So can we have, let's see, I think everybody in the room knows everybody except for you three right there. Can we have you introduce yourselves?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Eric Langbart, owner of Langbart Design Group. I'm a land planner, worked in the county for 4 years and I can.
Rory Murphy, I'm an advisor to the Powder Mountain Group and trying my best to herd all those cats into one cohesive.
Good for you.
Good luck.
I'm Ann Winston, so.
Yeah,
general
we've met with
counsel,
you
once or
before, Ann,
twice,
you bet.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, folks. We'll turn the time over to, actually, Steve Burton's on there. Steve, you gonna introduce it?
Yeah, Commissioner.
Okay.
We've got a standing bi-weekly meeting with Powder Mountain. A few weeks ago, they mentioned to us that they're planning on doing a couple of changes, proposing a few changes to their development agreement and master plan. And our suggestion was, let's give the commission a heads up about these.
Yeah, we
changes.
appreciate this.
So that they're prepared to kind of outline those changes for you briefly. So.
Commissioner, what our situation was we had proposed this master plan and this was approved by the county quite some time ago.
Do you have two of the same one there?
No, they're just multiple.
They're just, okay.
This is the,
Where's Commissioner Hart?
this is.
Yeah, do you want to come down? Yeah, kind of.
So, really quickly, what's going on is we have like an area in here. And this master plan is pretty precise based on describing where the roads are, where the ski runs are, and which neighborhood is which. And as we're getting into the reality of it and trying to put this onto a physical, actually go to a physical plan, the road might be a little bit farther off. This might be a little bit of a different use. And we've put these ski runs through it. The ski run doesn't quite go there. And so what we have asked the county community development staff is if we could kind of do this in a way, and Eric, if you could show them what you've come up with, that's a little bit, it gives us a little bit more flexibility and isn't as precise as that. master plan is.
And actually, where I haven't in this conversation, but what I brought here is a blow for that village area to kind of give you an example of what would be.
That's the blow up of F.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Actually, FD.
D.
Oh, D?
Sorry, yeah.
Oh, it's a blow up of D.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And
Here's your cul-de-sac right there, Scott.
Yeah, that's a one we hate so damn bad.
we're
I
gonna
mean,
fix
we
that
hate
for you.
that. Let's hope you do.
We, there's a lot of things up here and just. very
I don't know how
briefly-
you're gonna fix that, but
Well, I think that along with the snow plowing, and we've been trying to work with the district very closely as well and get that relationship back to something normal. doing a gravity sewer line, I think will help, and working on some snow storage areas will help. My background is and you probably is not a good thing to say, but I'll put it on the table. I'm the largest developer in the Park City area over the last 20, 30 years. I've done almost $1 billion in development. They've asked me to come up and help them sort this out. They have plenty to sort out. And we're trying our best to get this thing figured out. We have excellent counsel and we have some terrific people working for us. But they've got kind of a mess up there. And what we're trying to do is, at least get some order to all of this chaos. And so we realize that we have an uphill battle with you guys and we have a lot of ground to make up. And we do appreciate you giving us the time today. But the proposal today is simply to make this master plan to give us a little more flexibility. And Eric, maybe you can describe what.
Yeah, I think, generally we know, this is a good example where we know we don't want to build, where we have steep slopes shown. We know that we've got our major road connections. I think what we're trying to do is maybe just back it off one level of detail, because we may have an architect that comes into this core and he says, well, what if I don't want to connect that road here, but I want to connect it over here? We just don't, right now, I don't think we have that flexibility. And this was a concept plan that was put together almost 8 years ago now. And we modeled it after, how snow basins went through the process. And I think now we're realizing that as the markets changed, as designers have changed, what we're trying to say, backing off a little bit, is we would like to develop, generally in this area, but maybe some of these roads are going to change, but we're not going to say we're going to take development from here and put it down here if we're not showing it. So trying to find that balance of detail and flexibility.
That's right. And as we make applications with the community development, if we're outside of this line, or the ski run moves over, they can't approve it. And so what we're hoping is to do similar to what Snow Basin just went through, and to try to make this thing just, and not asking for anything additional, just a little more flexibility with where these roads go and where these neighborhoods would go. And so
Are you asking for more density?
no, sir.
No,
not
No,
at
it's just
all.
it's an administrative, it's a enabling,
Sure.
more of an administrative ability for staff to kind of work with us in approving plans as they come forward, so that it doesn't have to be a full-on opening up of the ZDA and an amendment to move a road or to move something from, one location to another.
When was this put into effect? When was this?
8 years ago about.
2014.
So
Okay, so we're still dealing with a plan that's 8 years old.
that's right. And we kind of learned this when we had a place up here that was sort of just outside this bubble, but it all kind of made sense as far as the topo and all that was concerned. And we had to do an amendment to the master plan in order for that to go through. And so this would keep us from having to go
The way
through.
that it works right now is that if the overlay, I think that was over East plat, right? Was the one that raised this whole issue. So we wanted to do a small plat of adding 2 lots, but where the lots were located was specifically like that shaded area was multifamily, not single family. So we couldn't plat those 2 lots. Staff couldn't approve it, right? We couldn't without amending the entirety of the plan, so that we changed the shaded area from multifamily to single family. So that was, it's more
Rick,
of kind of a.
What is it they're asking for?
So
In your
it
terms.
basically just gives them a little more flexibility with the plan.
So what are you calling that?
So
For Steve?
I
Steve, go
can
ahead.
speak to it. Yeah, so we just barely did this with Snow Basin.
This sounds
And what
familiar.
Snow Basin did, the specifics of it was, instead of amending each area through a development agreement amendment, they would be able to amend each area through planning division or planning commission approval. And it didn't have to go forward for a legislative change every single time they want to make a small little change. But that means that you have to trust the planning division and the planning commission enough to be able to allow Powder Mountain to make those changes. So changing the wording of that agreement to say you don't need to submit an entirely new agreement. every
Okay with
single
this?
I think generally speaking,
Yeah, at a higher level, I don't have an issue. You Gage?
No, I mean, I think 2 issues come up. number one density, which they've already answered.
Density is the
No
big
addition-
thing.
No additional density, that's the same agreement we have with Snow Basin,
Absolutely.
and no change in use. So you can't go from you got a lot plan for a single family, you can't put in a fiveplex. That's,
Well, it would be giving some flexibility maybe to move it around within
Well,
the same
and-
area. Like, it's
so
not-
that goes with density. I mean, if you want it, so if you've got a fiveplex plan somewhere else, you say, look, I'd rather have it here than here, I'm okay with that. But I don't, what I've said, I don't want a single family lot turned into a fiveplex.
I will, let me jump in and help with that too. I think I'm right on in the same path with you. That's gonna also very much matter with what happens with your future water and sewer plans to get that stuff fixed. Because when you start moving that around, like you were just saying, that's gonna have different impacts on there, how that works. And so your first thing that you offered up, that maybe taking something, a gravity line down, that to me is, I like that idea a lot.
Commissioner, the past 2 or 3 months, I think we've made more progress with the district.
You have.
And I believe if you talk to Roy or
You
something.
know, I do. I'm on that. I do talk.
Well, and we're, I know that Ann's been, trying
Yeah, we
really
should have all
hard
that
to.
stuff signed up. this
They're
week.
starting to really take a liking to Ann. I mean, after all these years.
Well, we.
Ann been tough.
I'm wearing them down.
Yeah, is that what it is, Ann?
I'm okay with this
I'm
too.
still here.
I don't have any issue.
Great.
Steve,
No, I-
got that?
Great.
Thank you.
So you're just looking for a head nod from us right now? Okay, yeah, I don't see anything
We like
here
that Chihuahua.
that's out of the norm. I agree with these two. I think you're on the right path, and to give you a little ability to move a few things here and there and change things with your okay. I'm okay with that.
And
So how are we gonna do that? Do we need something to pass something like we did Powder?
Yeah.
Okay, and that'll be coming our way,
Snow Basin.
or Snow Basin, yeah.
We just didn't want to get them too far down the line without you guys giving your.
Yeah, this
It
makes sense.
basically would be an amendment to our ZBA agreement that would have the same language that you have in Snow Basin.
All right.
Glad you're getting rid of the chaos up there.
Boy, I'll say,
We're trying.
that's been a heck of a mess for so long.
Well, you got Eric, he's a great planner, so I trust what he comes up with.
He's a good man.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate
Thank you
your
very
time.
much, Commissioner.
Yeah, thank
Appreciate your
you.
time. Yes, sir.
All right.
Good to see you in person.
Well, we're back to schedule.
I'm up more
Yeah,
often.
that was good. Fortunate there.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners.
Thanks for coming in.
So Cortland,
Yes.
I just asked Rick to get you and maybe Chris Crockett on the agenda 2 or 3 weeks from now, where we can sit down and talk about these impact fees and how we're gonna manage them and what we're gonna do with them. You've given us a lot in the past, but we still don't feel comfortable with where we're at. And this road just brought it up again today that we were talking about. We've got 51 lots that are going into an intersection and they're gonna be charged $800 and about $20,000 between 51 lots.
Hey, so we're talking at 12:15. Here's another subdivision that's coming off a state highway,
Which one is this one?
Osprey.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Well, yeah, that is state up at that point. You're right.
so I mean, we're
Same thing
now
again.
we're looking at the exact same issue there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta have some kind of a policy here to set what we're doing. You guys gotta come up with that
Okay.
somehow.
Happy to work on that.
Because I know that you say, well, we can only hold those funds for 5 years, but you know what? 5 years is better than nothing. And right now, we're not holding them at all, some of these. And we shouldn't do that. And then at least we got somebody to worry about. Look, we only got a year left. Let's get out and do something here. But the way it is right now, we're just simply losing these, and some people are paying an impact that's not fair. All right, thanks. Appreciate it. All right, next up is Ricky Hatch. And Scott.
I'm just here for
Mark.
support.
That's good. Well, I asked them specifically to come talk about Senate Bill 162. And what the Sam heck is happening, what are these guys are doing. Every time I think we got this solved, it raises its ugly head again.
Yeah.
And I just don't understand it. Why it keeps coming back. And when I was on this phone call week or 9 days ago, whenever it was I called you.
Yeah.
They were just all but ranting and raving down there. And you were in the room on the call or listening to it because I could see you. And so I kind of wanted you to talk to us a little bit about what's happening there.
Yeah, you bet. Let's see, so this is Senator McKell's desire to
Right.
fix the problem that happened in Utah County.
Right.
And that.
And what problem was that? Where they couldn't get along, so one was not giving the other body the information they wanted.
Correct.
They're saying, look, that's our information, we're gonna hold it.
Yep.
And they wouldn't give it. And then the other said, well, okay, if that's the case, we're gonna take away your authority and we're just gonna start doing this on our own.
Yeah.
And that's kind of how that got started.
That's
wasn't it?
right. And they,
Okay,
up until 2012, they couldn't have done that. They couldn't have taken that authority away. But
so Gage, I've got them here talking to us about Senate Bill 162.
Is that Mikhail's?
And what they're doing and how Utah County got that all started.
So why did they get started? Missed that part.
well, basically the commission and the clerk auditor were talking very well.
Yeah, I got that part.
And the
yeah.
commission wanted certain bits of information. The clerk auditor, for whatever reason, weren't giving it to them how they wanted or when they wanted or nearly.
You
just
remember,
not-
they wouldn't give it to them. And so then they'd come back and say, well, we'll just do it ourselves then.
Yeah, I
And they
remember that.
were arguing over taking the authority away.
Yeah,
Yeah, so the commission said, fine, we'll just take the budget, we'll take accounting,
right.
we'll sweep it from the auditor and put it under us. And before 2012, they couldn't have done that, but Ramble passed a bill, Senate Bill 124 back in 2012.
Ramble.
That gave, and
Why
that,
does his name keep coming up?
and originally it was just for Salt Lake, because Salt Lake was having the same problems.
Yeah, I think originally it was just counties of first class. wasn't it?
Yeah, and then Bramble said, no, we're doing it statewide. And I don't know why he changed his mind. He and I fought about that. That didn't make sense for commission forms of government, that it was it broke the segregation.
Yeah,
segregation
yeah.
duties.
I
Anyway,
agree.
so he
Boy,
was,
you just can't beat him, can you?
no,
For some reason down there, those guys are almost scared of him a little bit.
Yeah.
And when it comes to stuff like this, I run into him on this, where they took that, count my vote.
yeah,
And I told him, I said, look, this is what's gonna happen. And boy, they all just said, no, we gotta go with Bramble on this, he understands it. And in the end, it did happen, just exactly the way I said it was gonna.
You're right.
yeah.
So
So,
where are we at with this new bill then?
so what this bill does is and Bramble himself said, that's not what I intended. What Utah County tried to do and what Uinta County has done is not what I intended in the law. Really,
He knew.
really is what it was intended, but
Yeah.
now they don't like it and stuff.
Yeah, I don't believe that for a minute.
Yeah, so McKell is hopping mad about Utah County and them trying to take over. And he says, we're gonna fix this. And what happened is we went to him and said, how can we help? And he said, why don't you work with John Dougal and come up with what you think is a reasonable bill? So we did. We came up with a good bill that it restores the segregation of duties in code, but it gives additional help to the commission if the clerk auditor isn't providing them with sufficient
So
information.
you personally have worked on this bill.
Hmm.
Okay,
We
so this
we
is
wrote-
kind of coming out of your association.
Yeah, from the clerks,
Mhm.
from the auditors. Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure that this wasn't something that's being rammed through.
No, we've worked on this for quite a while.
Because there was still a healthy discussion that was going on down there.
Yeah, now Uinta is very upset. They've hired 2 additional lobbyists just to fight this, because they feel that this will ruin their ruin the gains that they've had. And Uinta County is kind of a mess. I totally get it. And it's not just the commission, it's the clerk auditor, and it's not just them getting along. I mean, he's had problems and so have they. So,
So UAC's not,
No.
we don't all agree on this.
no, and we've met with them for probably 2 to 3 hours over. the
This
past
is Bart
Bart Haslam.
Haslam, because boy, he is opinionated on this.
UN is really, I mean, that at the
Yeah.
UAC meeting, they spent an hour and a half or 2 hours on it.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like,
Well, and in this meeting the other day, this Bart Haslam, when it was all said and done, they said, well, what do you think, Bart? Whoa, He just launched.
Yeah.
Said, well, we don't agree with it and we're not gonna do it.
Is
And
this the big guy, that big?
no,
rancher
no,
guy?
Bart's a smaller guy.
Okay, smaller guy, there's.
Pretty
Bart.
smart
Then
though.
there's
He's on
Spring.
top of this. He understands it.
Yeah.
Why does he not agree?
He has his own opinions.
He doesn't fully understand it. I mean, the folks that have given him the information, and I had Scott look at what they were presenting. It's almost correct, but it's not, and it's missing in a key issue regarding segregation of duties. Where he is, and really, he just does not want the clerk auditor to get those, what's working for them right now is working great. He thinks that this will break that. And I don't think it
Well,
will.
so Bart said something in there, and this is really what I was hoping you'd say something about. He said, when we come on board, we change that and we say, our budget went from 79,000 to 59,000, just like that.
That's right.
Well, how can that be?
So the 79,000 to 59,000, what the commissioners did is they went and pulled away retirement benefits from all the employees.
Oh,
So they paid an additional 401k contribution, and they had been doing that for years and years and years. And then, the clerk auditor in Uinta County continued to do that, and the commissioners wanted some detail about what the retirement benefit was, and there were some discussions back and forth whether they were getting all the detail they're requesting. Anyway, the commissioners, when they took over the budget, they slashed that retirement benefit from all the employees. So that's where they're saving a lot of their money.
And just they still left money in a 401k, but no, they got out of the URS, state retirement fund.
No, they were paying into URS, plus they were paying an additional contribution.
Right.
You know how we match 2%
Right.
401k? Well, they were putting in additional money, like, just because you're an employee, I'm gonna give you, on top of your state mandated retirement, I'm gonna give you some more money.
So it's
That's
just
what-
additionally.
Yeah, and so that's what they pulled away.
So it wasn't that they uncovered some secret
Yeah.
money stash or something, or that he was doing something wrong or inept or anything like that. They made a decision that.
Okay.
They made a decision to cut the budget and save money. Now, they were
Oh, boy,
arguing,
$20 million. He
Well, I don't-
represented that. He said it right out, didn't he,
Yeah, he
Ricky? He said, we went from 79 to 59 million, just like that.
so, and I don't, the retirement savings doesn't account for all that, so I
I
don't
was
know
gonna
what
say,
that
that
claim
couldn't have
is.
been retirement.
Well, I
by
wonder
itself.
if the budget included a bunch of one-time money for capital projects, maybe they had their
I don't
CARES
know.
Act in there, I don't know enough to verify.
Well, there was no question. He was shooting an arrow
Mhm.
at the other side.
Yeah,
But I wanted to understand that, Ricky.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, I've been so swallowed up with the election stuff. I've only been able to talk to Scott a little bit about it. He did some research, but I haven't talked to the Uinta County Clerk Auditor to see what changed. And I'm still happy to do that.
In this whole thing, I don't know how you commissioners feel about it. I feel very comfortable with the information that we get from Scott and Ricky and all your departments and staff. I mean, you're at our beck and call. I feel very confident with our relationship with each other. You never hassle us. You don't always agree with us. You know, you and I have been odds of things several times, but you've still given me the information I wanted. And most cases I've backed off. You generally are right. But anyway,
Good to hear that.
it's not a contentious relationship we have. And you work very hard to keep it that way. And I'm very respectful of you for what you do and how you try to do it.
well, and if I could just add, so commissioners, you guys already controlled the final budget. The
Right.
clerk auditor does the tentative budget, but if you don't like what's in the tentative budget, you make adjustments to it. In your work session meetings, you make adjustments to the final budget. You already have that control.
Exactly.
So, the big issue in my mind is that accounting function, and one of the slides that they presented in the UAC conference, I didn't agree with. Because my question would be, back in your business, if you have a question whether you paid an invoice or not, who do you ask? You ask your accountant, right?
Oh, yeah.
Or your bookkeeper, because they keep the
Yeah, we
books.
always do it.
So the argument that you can pull the record keeping away from the accounting, I don't see that. They're the same thing.
Yeah.
You can't, you could just put the file cabinet in the clerk auditor's office, but that doesn't mean he's keeping the records. The record is the accountant. It's the book.
Right. The
And
people who physically make the payments.
Do they have
A
an
move.
accountant over there in Uinta County? Are they big enough to have?
Commissioners have a budget officer who does also portions of the account.
Yeah, so they pulled that out of there. But now what that means is the commissioners who control, they're the legislative body.
they're the executive body, and now they control the accounting. So they argue, well, the treasurer still keeps the cash. The treasurer doesn't look at anything when invoice requests come through. It just gets paid. He just holds the cash, so the commissioners can't steal the cash. But that's not the concern. The concern is that they could change the budget, execute the change to the budget, and do the accounting for it and not have any outside review or process of that. You know, they could just go,
You
Go in
need
and
a
change
third,
the
you need
budget.
a third party review. I
Yeah.
mean,
Right.
the system we have in place works well.
We have
You guys
third
present it
party
to us, you guys write the checks, we have a right to final approval, but we don't have a right to go ahead and issue a check. That's got,
Yeah, and this bill, all this bill does is,
putting more eyes on the
Yeah.
stew here.
and this bill just fixes the possibility of a commission to take that over completely.
Which I don't disagree with that.
And we're trying to figure out, we're still trying to work with Uinta and say, what else can we do to give you what you're worried about?
Yeah.
So that it works for you, because we don't want to leave them in the dark. But we don't want to keep the law the way it is, that loophole, or that, that weakness the way it is,
No.
without, just to keep them happy. So that's really kind of where we are.
Well, so as this goes along, of course, you're involved, so you'll watch it all the way, right?
Yeah.
And you'll let us know if you feel like there's anything.
help.
So is there anything that we're doing wrong on the budget or any procedural, anything that we're doing that you'd recommend we change or?
Here at Weber?
Huh?
No, I don't think so. I think it's,
Okay, well, I'm really happy with it.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure you are.
Well, John Dougal thinks it's the best run county in the whole
Yeah.
Crockett state. And Dougal's top.
yeah, and we had some good, strong discussions with him on this bill.
All right.
Curtis Koch and I and Josh Daniels. from
What's
Utah
done,
County.
what's done, Dougal's opinion?
He's in favor of the bill the way it's written.
All right, so Commissioner Harvey, do you have any other questions here?
No, I want to take this chance to say thank you for what you guys do, because you guys, I'm glad we don't have some of these adversarial relationships like they do in some of those other counties.
So Commissioner Ford?
I'm good with it. No, I think you're heading the
All
right.
right, thank you. I just wanted to make sure we understood. This seemed to be bubbling and percolating, and I didn't want something to get away from us here. That's all I wanted to do.
I'm glad you checked, and I've been meaning to come talk to you about it ever since that phone call, so.
That's okay. I'm satisfied with your answer and where we are. I just wanted to make sure that we all were on the same page together.
Good. And Dougal, last week, he met with Utah County last week with Sakovich. And I haven't talked to him since then. But before that, he said, hey, I'm starting to get calls from lobbyists and stuff. And I suspect he may step back a little bit and be a little,
Dukes?
not neutral, but he might just be more quiet on this.
I wouldn't be surprised.
But the
Okay.
bill was really literally drafted in his office with us.
Was it?
We came up, we talked through the principles and said, okay, what if we did this, this and this?
There's
And
the
then I
rest of
went
the
and
story.
And I went and put it into the code, into a bill language.
Ricky, we're lucky to have you here.
Yeah, we appreciate your efforts here, Ricky.
Thank you.
I know you've been heavily involved in UAC, but this is the other side of your job. You know, the accounting and dollars and
Yeah.
all that, so. Thank
You've
you.
chosen the best county to live in, reside in.
Yeah,
Boy, it makes you,
I tell you,
Thanks, John.
just have a rock good county.
Not
Yeah.
very many AAA rated counties.
Yeah, that's
how
right.
many other AAA rated counties? Are there even another one in the whole Crockett state?
So there's one more, so I think it's Salt Lake.
Salt Lake?
It surprises me.
That really surprises me.
They're strong on their finances and they have the separate form of government with the council.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Anyway, if
All
you
right.
have any questions, let me know.
We do.
I'd like you to take the number of counties that have AAA and have the number of counties total and just do a percentage on that. I think you'll find it's less than 3%. It's more like 2
Yeah.
point something.
It's like there's 70 to 72 last time I checked AAA rated
Yeah.
counties in.
In the
That puts us
nation.
like a 2.4
That's right.
or 2.6%.
Yeah.
So when people
Yeah.
keep
Yeah.
saying 3, they're off.
Yeah.
Of course, unless you'd like,
Yeah.
I like to get down to the details.
It changes every so often too, and we don't keep up on the ratings of every
Right.
county, so that's why we just say it's about.
All right.
3%.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
We appreciate that.
I'm going to
Nick,
DC.
you want to give us an update? What happened on the bill to move the filing period up a week?
It sailed through committee on Friday. And they're sending it to the Senate floor. It's on the second reading calendar.
So it's gonna go.
Yeah, I found out about that bill Wednesday night.
So it's gonna give you
Around
2
7.
weeks to file instead of one?
No, just 1 week, but it shoots it as a
It's
week.
moving
early.
up a week
Oh,
because of caucus.
Yeah. Caucus was right in the middle of filing period. Now, we've known that for 8 months and
Yeah.
the parties have known that for
Yeah.
8 months, but now it's become, they're concerned about it. So they want to change it.
I don't see any
So,
issue with that. I mean,
It's not,
It's
we
just-
wish they would have done it,
But
you know, in August.
it's a little bit, yeah, the only thing, it's a little bit late to come up with that. Everybody knew what was going on.
Yeah. Yeah, but.
what's wrong with those people down there at the
You
state?
know, I've told you this before, not everything that they do is exactly 100% right.
Good
Maybe
meat.
99.5.
I'm not sure it's that high.
5.99 maybe. You're getting a little dyslexic, 5.99.
All right, gentlemen,
Hey,
thank
hey,
you.
thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Very effective thumb knife.
Yeah, it emits pulses
Yes.
that impact. how you-
Send our next group in.
Sean, you're welcome to eat.
Oh, thank you.
Let the record show.
We bring in enough food to feed everybody that's in the meetings from 12 to 1. So,
Hey, Cat.
Hey, how's it going?
Charlie, what up, guys?
Amy, Charlie,
Oh,
how
here we
are
go.
you
Good
all? Oh,
afternoon.
look, here goes another Big Mac. The Big Mac people just left.
You know how much you like big maps, Commissioner?
Yeah. So
You guys like those?
we buy enough food to feed everybody that comes in between 12 and 1. Yeah, so there's food there and you're welcome to eat.
Thank you.
All right, so go ahead.
Where we at?
Steve, are you gonna start this?
I'm gonna
Who?
pull this up on the map.
Okay,
I think Tammy's gonna talk to you about it.
Tammy, okay, whoever, we don't care. I just want to know who's gonna start.
Yes,
Yeah, go ahead.
I wasn't at the meeting, but, so this is for, are you familiar with Osprey Ranch with this property? Mr. Lewis is developing. We've had discussions regarding connectivity. This is a map of their proposed subdivision. This is both phases. It's 2 phases, right, Eric?
Correct.
Okay. This is a map of their proposed subdivision with both phases. Planning is requesting a couple of connections here.
Well, this is Hillfield Road, or the old Snow Basin Road.
No, here's Maverick right here.
Yeah.
No, this
Oh.
is over.
Oh,
This
this
is
is over. Okay,
over, this
I'm
is over
sorry.
toward the 4-way stop.
We wanted
Yeah, I
to-
know where it is now.
There's been a preliminary plan submitted
Where's the highway?
right here.
Back over there. Okay.
We wanted you to be aware of a conversation that we had with Eric and John last week of, there's a few road connections, public road connections that we're going to be asking for that are based on the subdivision requirements to not landlock property and also to create a block every
Is the
so
black
often.
the new road?
The black
proposed
is,
road?
the black is the main public road that's going to come through here.
And it is public.
Yes.
Got it.
We
Okay.
wanted,
And does it exist today?
no,
Any part of it?
Nope.
Okay.
it would be connecting, you can kind of see some roads that are existing up here. that
Mhm.
would Probably connecting.
So does that come through to the Nordic side?
It does, yeah. Eventually it comes out. It's a really good connect up here, right? Yeah. I mean, it's not shown on here, obviously, but
It's right off. It goes by.
Okay.
But it connects.
Yeah.
In two places, because they're both kind of heading that way,
yes.
or just one
He's
place?
looking at the trail, Commissioner Jenkins.
Oh, I'm looking, they were both black, and so I assume they're both roads.
They are. They are. What I did is I also outlined where we are asking for a public paved trail to go.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
that people,
so that's a trail?
that's what we're proposing.
Both the trail and a road.
Trail and a road.
I got it. Okay.
Well, on the other side of the map, it looks like they were both heading into Nordic Valley property.
So up here, you don't.
Yeah,
Is
there,
that connecting there? Because I don't see a road.
Yeah,
there's
there's a connection there. So the highway's down here
mhm.
and Nordic Valley Drive comes up. It's kind of that big hill coming up and here's that hairpin.
Okay, good.
All right.
So it
we're-
connects there and it connects there.
connects there.
That's what I was asking, Steve.
Yeah, okay. So you're gonna have an way in and a way out. more than one exit. More
We
than one
actually have
egress.
5 stubs with this.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, and then the one down at the highway.
Okay.
We just wanted you to be aware of it, that we're asking for it. Like I said, this trail will be probably pretty heavily used. You can imagine if you can get from Pine View to Nordic, that would be pretty
Is
awesome.
that
So-
a paved or dirt?
So our standard is paved on one side of the road.
Okay, so it'll fit
That's
in,
gonna be cool.
even though we don't have paved trail
Yeah.
on that, on the highway over there.
We will eventually. So we do have.
Yeah,
Pine View
no,
pathway that's been
I like
planned.
it. So what, on the trail, on the future trail, on that road, then it'll be on the east or west side?
Don't know. The east side is gonna be really hard to get to because as you go around the curve going to, what is that, North Arm Trailhead? It drops really quickly. And so unless we get down into the marshland and connect in through there, we're probably gonna have to be on the west side. Which is fine. The west side, that's where, if you go all the way around that curve, you just pick up the existing pathway that goes up into Eden.
You're gonna have to deal with UDOT to make sure that you have some type of crossing there, because
Yes.
with that, I agree, there'll be some traffic there. And you don't want to have that dead end and then have people, that's a fairly busy road.
Yeah, that's true. In fact, that may be worthwhile for us to look at with Trails Foundation as well.
Yeah, I'd talk to
Maybe
Trails. Nice thing would be to put either an overpass or an underpass there.
That, actually, that's a great idea.
One thing we wanted to let you know as well is we understand that John is doing a lot, bringing a new road to all this undeveloped
Right.
property. We
Of
probably
course, the
look at,
value of the property is in the road, right?
we'd probably look at doing some type of pioneering agreement or potentially even like a what we call a holding strip in the road. So that like, if this guy decides to develop later on, he's got this connection here. Well, he probably can't do a connection here because of slope. He'll probably do a cul-de-sac, but he will benefit from
Yeah,
that work that
sure.
Sean did. So we're just letting you know, we'll probably entertain the idea of doing some kind of holding strip there so that John can get paid back.
That's only fair.
Absolutely fair.
And then we had the discussion just a few minutes ago about coming off egress off a highway. So we probably ought to have that discussion because there's no left or right-hand turn lanes there right now.
Correct.
So let's not get here.
Yeah,
for
let's
now.
not have a problem again.
Say that nobody knows about this.
Yeah, we have an approved access now.
And they don't, oh, for this many lots?
Yeah, for the whole project, but it does require a turn lane.
Oh, so you're putting in a turn lane.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was our expectation.
Right.
But if
Okay.
you guys want to.
Well, no, we don't.
We just want to make sure you understand you're paying for it.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
So we did talk quickly before the meeting and on the trail itself, we were not obviously opposed to any trail. We hadn't really thought about doing asphalt because we were thinking more horse, type activity, but I'll definitely share that. Okay.
I suspect this trail through there is gonna be terribly popular.
As soon as Nordic is done.
Coming from Nordic.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, in fact,
This is
you'll
4.5
have two
miles of road.
destinations at each end, the dam at one end and Nordic at the other, and it's just gonna be very, very popular.
Well, one thing that we had proposed too down here was a parking area for our trailhead.
Yeah.
And our hope was, from the previous discussions, that these roads would be considered public by providing that benefit. I'm not sure where we're at on that.
The roads in the subdivision.
Correct. Not just the main line.
But the cul-de-sacs?
cul-de-sacs.
And our opinion on that is if a cul-de-sac isn't providing a true public benefit, I mean, it is to a handful of people, we feel like it should probably just be a private drive.
It's not an opinion, it's written in the code, but if there's a reason to accept it as a public street, the code does allow that flexibility for the county commission.
Every other town in the city or in the county, when you build a road through it and you take your tees off of it, going to cul-de-sacs and it's all public infrastructure at that point.
Yeah, we just adopted a code last year, little later last year, I think, or excuse me, earlier last year, late 2020, that basically said, if it's a cul-de-sac, we don't want to have operations and maintenance responsibilities for it because it's a road that goes to nowhere. Unless it's a road that actually goes to somewhere where there's some public good in having the public thing.
Yeah, so you're gonna have every cul-de-sac in the county Private?
Not all of them, the ones that provide a public good. For example, it heads in a direction where we want a road to go and will eventually connect through. Those would be public, but one that just goes to a few lots, 14 lots or whatever. The code currently says that those need to be private. We can always change that.
Well, I think that's something we need to look at. I don't agree with that at all.
I think in a case like this, maybe you say, since you're doing the trail and it's paved and that is
Public
a
benefit.
public benefit, let's call all the rest of these.
Well,
public.
so when I look at
Yeah.
what do we call these areas in the Upper Valley where Snow Basin is, North Valley is? Village area. And they're all within side of their development, then I think it ought to be a private road, their road.
Yeah.
So we don't get in a situation like we're up at Powder Mountain. But if on this, where it's just a road that goes through, they're just gonna build houses on it, I don't see any difference from this and any other subdivision that we would approve anywhere else in the county.
I don't disagree with that.
My opinion, I highly favor public roads, regardless of where they go.
Well, that's the way I am.
But I know that we've got limited funds when it comes to operations and maintenance. So
I just
those-
wondered about,
You get a
so,
snowplow down there in and out again, it just takes that much more time out.
Well, and you get into the, depends on the size of the cul-de-sac there, you know.
Well, you make the cul-de-sac fit. It has to be so big.
That's what's gonna have to be, because to get our truck, otherwise you're talking about special equipment.
Yeah.
No, not
talking-
that, that's
I'm
true.
talking about every day. These plows go in and plow those cul-de-sacs.
They ought to be the size of at least the one I live in.
and
That
you
kind
get-
of
Yeah, I agree with
diameter.
that.
We do have a minimum requirement for cul-de-sac size.
There you go.
You know, one of our horrible examples we have in the county is Spring Park, up at Powder Mountain. It's a cul-de-sac that goes in that we accepted as public. And it is so narrow, it's almost impossible for our snowplow drivers to take care of that,
Well, who approved that?
the county.
Why? Why would?
Because it was asked for, the county commission approved it. I've said this over and
There you
over,
go.
till I'm blue in the face. We said, don't do this. We need the streets to be the width that they are. This is what, but that's what was proposed.
So that guy sat there today and said, we're gonna fix that one. We're talking of that
I
road.
don't know how he's gonna do that.
Yeah, how's he gonna do that?
They're gonna put snow storage at the end of it. That's all they're.
What they'll do is they'll end up putting a line down there, a gravity feed line, and that lot that's down there at the bottom where the pumps are now will be snow storage.
So.
right,
Sure. And they'll end up just blowing. You're gonna have to get some kind of a blower or something. I don't think you can push snow that long. That's a
Yeah.
quarter of a mile.
There's no way.
So you're gonna have to blow that all the way to the end. You'll end up blowing the same snow 3 or 4 times till it gets there.
Boy, it'll be a nice Galande jump though, for those of us who can still Galande.
Yeah.
I mean,
Commissioners, is your direction to us that that you'd like these to be public, as long as they're big enough and to handle a snowplow?
Yeah.
These cul-de-sacs?
yeah, I don't mind it being public.
Why?
What is?
Yeah, you're looking at it as like this is a mistake. Am I not seeing something here?
No, it's not a mistake. We would just say private, we like private roads, and then we don't have to worry about maintaining them.
Well, that's the other side of this. coin.
Especially where you're in areas that are prone to slides, soil movement, settlement, water. It gets a little stickier, a little bit more challenging for them to be public roads in those situations.
Gary and I have had this conversation quite some time, and it wasn't until I started seeing the dollars and cents of the municipal services fund that I began to realize without city taxes up here, operating and maintaining all these cul-de-sacs is gonna be a challenge. It's gonna be
It is.
challenging.
Let me tell you, that municipal services, that's been something that's been underfunded, and that's been the county's problem. Now, we're half the price our property taxes of any other city out there. And if we're gonna end up being a city, we need to act like a city and fund these and take care of them. And
That's,
so we're okay up there.
so that's exactly, I mean, we just have to increase the municipal services tax base. When I was running the numbers for.
And the municipal services is healthy today.
When I was running the numbers for Western Weaver, some of those landowners are only paying 2.06% of their tax towards operations and towards the municipal services.
Right.
And it doesn't pay.
I agree with that.
for maintenance at all. Even if we.
But
did get
so
these-
much of that out there is Greenbelt.
Yeah. you do
Huge
have a lot
number
of-
out there.
That's true. And a lot of these won't be green belt. How big are the lots? gonna be there? 13 acres, 10, 8?
They kind of range, but.
It's, you have a few.
On
goes.
average,
Some of them-
bigger lots though, right?
Yeah. So the Ogden Valley does have a little bit
Hold
higher
on.
tax
You
base.
bring a good point here. This is something we need to talk about. It's not fair that they bring in 10 acres here and then call it Greenbelt. When in order to be Greenbelt, you have certain requirements. You have to raise an animal on there or turn a, yeah. So I think this ought to be start out of Greenbelt and they have to justify the reasoning to be in Greenbelt.
We don't make that call.
Yeah, we're not in control of that.
Yeah, the assessor's office makes that
As soon as
call.
we record it. pulls out.
And they-
Yeah, but he records it. So
Yeah, as soon as they
it
record.
starts with him. So I'm telling you, I don't think any of these should be recorded outside the Greenbelt. All of them ought to come back in and ask for the exemption.
Well, that happens automatically. when
Does
you get the
it?
Transfer, yeah. So once he,
Even those 13 acres?
yeah, it does make it, so once you change the original, which is one piece now and 300 acres, once you subdivide, the state law requires that once you have a subdivision, that the new owner, if it exceeds 5.5 acres or 5 acres without a home,
Right.
they go in and reapply. So it automatically
Okay.
comes out.
All right. So if that automatically comes out,
It
that's
comes
good.
out.
I didn't know that, Gage.
Then they have to go in and they have to prove it up. Actually, last time I checked, they require, John's requiring a year proof that you actually have an agricultural benefit, whether that's animals or production, whatever.
Good. Okay.
They-
That answered. I was off base a little
The
there.
gal over there for Greenbelt does a great job of, I
Yeah.
forget who it is.
Angela Hill.
Angela Hill. She does a great job of following up on
Great.
We just wanted you to.
Not
be-
only does a great job.
Greenbelt, we have rollback taxes.
Yeah, it's
That's
rollback.
true. You have to pay 5 back years taxes.
We just wanted you to be aware of that conversation and where this is going. We're probably looking at some type of a preliminary subdivision approval in the next couple of months. So
Well, this looks good.
So now, so the communication on the, up there, have you always been communicating? I mean, what have you been communicating between the developer and us? As far as with regards to paved trails and cul-de-sacs and us taking or them keeping it private or horse trails or whatever have you, Steve? What, tell me, where have we been from the beginning? Is that you or Eric? You want to comment on that or?
of this specific development,
Yes.
this is the first, the application was submitted when January?
November, actually.
Oh, but it hasn't technically been a complete one since we don't have.
The missing component on here that we're waiting for is a letter from the state on the sewer facility.
Right.
Now, what is that letter going to say? What do you hope?
Well, it's a conceptual approval. And basically, staff and legal felt like we needed this letter in hand before we could go get preliminary.
So, yeah,
That's, the letter basically says we agree to be the body politic.
The letter actually looks at the facility itself and says it could happen, essentially, our plan is a valid plan. It's feasible.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with that.
Yeah, but we're not signing off that we've approved the system. That's up to the state to approve your.
Correct.
All we're saying is that it's feasible. We're okay with being the body politic. Now knock yourself out with the state getting it approved.
So
Is that right?
Correct, yeah.
I suspect when we finish this master plan up there and the water and sewer study or water and sewer study that we're doing up there, that we'll be back to you in regards to this, because right now it's two separate and I think we want to kind of hook it together, don't we?
That's the assumption I made.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're all kind of thinking the
Well,
same
we-
thing here.
We're moving forward on our own,
Right.
Yeah.
trying to get things on up.
So we might want to vary the size of this a little or something, take in some of the surrounding area.
And that was our previous discussions we had.
Right.
Right now, it's designed for 200, but expandable to 2,000.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Wow.
This is great. All right. Well,
I
this
don't think
is-
we answered your question yet. No subdivision approvals yet. We're looking at a preliminary once we can get the letter from the state. Was that your question? Of what?
We'll talk more about it.
Hey, Eric, one question I have is you were talking about horse trails up in that area. Horses don't do great on pavement.
That's true.
Well, that's,
They're gonna slide all over the
that was
place.
kind of my comment,
One side of the road.
we were planning this as a ranch, so you would have a soft trail versus a
as versus a hard trail. Or, I mean, I've seen areas in Boulder where they've had a portion that is hard surface for the runners, the bicyclists. And then we have another section that's separated, that's dirt for the equestrian trails. And they usually have a separation in between those because the horses get spooked by the bikes coming by so quick, but there's a little bit of separation between there. Have you given any thought to maybe accommodating for both in that area?
It's really no. We haven't. We
Okay.
need to have some discussion.
Going back to, the size of the lots that are up there, would it be conducive to putting up a small barn or having a horse or two up there?
The lots, the sizes would accommodate that.
Yeah,
I
so
think
I'm
it's a big
thinking,
possibility.
I'm thinking, right now in my mind, I'm sitting here thinking about down there around Sea Cliff subdivision in Huntington Beach. You want to write that down. They've got these trails around where these people can ride all over the place on their horse and their trails because their lots accommodate a couple horses. It's really a neat feature. And those houses, you can never buy them because they're always really popular.
I like the idea of having a soft track for the horses and even mountain bikers anymore.
Right.
I mean, the runners and
But you can't-
bikers and the horses don't get along in all cases.
Yeah, that's it. Because I remember as a boy, I was always taught, thankfully, I was always taught by my dad that when I'm riding a motorcycle, if a horse is coming by, I turn the motorcycle off. And then I put the motorcycle between me and where the horse was going to be. But I always turned my motorcycle off because I didn't want to spook the horse, or that just was a respect.
You had some trail etiquette.
Well, my dad, he must have had some kind, but that's just what he taught me. This is what you do.
That was
It
good.
wasn't a question of, you can think about it. No, this is how you were gonna do it.
That was Sea Cliff and Huntington Beach.
It's by Sea Cliff, in Huntington Beach.
Okay.
It's off of Talbert and I can help you with that.
All right, Steve,
I can show you
so
right where it is. It's really
we've
cool.
covered what you need.
Yep, that's perfect.
Good, you're doing
Thanks,
good.
Steve.
Thanks, you guys. We appreciate it. Thanks for keeping us in the loop.
Like Golden West. Golden West is somewhere around Wofford. Golden West.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you, Commissioners.
Charlie?
See you, Charlie.
Eric? I need you to settle
No,
down
leave it
next
open.
time. You're a little too out there for me.
But you surely should be here.
Commissioner
Yeah.
Jenkins, I talked to Cortland on the way out about the impact fees and what we can do. He's not sure. if we can do what anything that's, we got. So I said, let's make sure because, we don't want to get.
Well, Gary just said when he was sitting there, he says, well, they're gonna have to do an impact, environmental impact study and everything else up there. And after they got left, I thought to myself, no, they're not. They told us that, out there, stuff Weaver did, that we didn't have to do an environmental impact study if it was in the county right of way. Oh. Anyway, well, get together with us, we'll decide.
We'll get it on your agenda. You bet. You're just fine.
So I guess we're kind of recessed for a second. Yes. I guess.
Great, go ahead.
Jared Shelley, Fire Chief, Riverdale Fire Department.
Rick Clark, Deputy Chief of Weaver Fire District.
Lisa Schwartz, Emergency Management for Weaver County.
Craig Golden, our chief of Roy.
Very good. Glad to have you all here.
And Eli.
Eli Johnson.
Got Eli here.
All right, and then we got Jason Horn and Scott Park. So she'll be right in with that.
Okay,
Can you start without it?
sure.
Good, go
I'll be able
ahead.
to quote you the numbers exact, but we can start with that.
She'll be right in with it.
So as we've started that whole adventure, we feel like it's been pretty big success. We're seeing now that we're able to AutoCAD a lot of the dispatching. So what that means is we're sending the closest unit no matter what jurisdiction. So we see crossover that Riverdale will sometimes go into Ogden, Weaver Fire District will go into Northview. And
Depending
Ogden
on the
City is going
incident.
Up the valley, depending on the incident. And then depending on the type of incident, we're also seeing that we're stacking it appropriately where we're getting, if we need multiple heavies for staffing and manpower and just qualifications, that's occurring as well. And then in the future, we're also working towards changing some of this information dispatch through the CADing, that we're going to be able to take out some of the things that we're currently needing to send them on, that we're going to be able to narrow that down even more and make it even more efficient. So working with dispatch has been pretty positive. And we're probably seeing, well, I'll just jump right into it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can see on the first page, it basically lays out on page 3. It lays out which units and how many members are responding on those units or that they're responsible for. So each day we typically have about 9 techs between the 3 departments that are the responding departments. And then the sub coordinators or the non-contractors, South Ogden, Roy, and Northview, they have guys on duty on and off different places that we can utilize as well. And I threw in here just so you guys were more familiar what the trucks kind of look like. I threw in the trucks. So you got heavy 2 that's coming out of Ogden on page 4. You've got Weaver Fire District's heavy ladder 66. And then Riverdale's heavy 41, which is the primary heavy that's carrying majority of the equipment. And also through the new heavy, we went to Wisconsin and had our build on the new heavy. And initially we were under budget and kind of worked through some stuff, but COVID's kind of killing us on supply and demand and different things. So one of the things.
So you figured out a way to get it over budget?
Well, not, we didn't, they did.
There we go.
Or there's a will, there's a way, right?
We found out that our big boom light was, they just don't produce it anymore, but it was still on the purchasing order and was still on Pierce's availability. We'll come to find out Pierce can't get it and they can't produce it no more. So we had to.
They can produce it.
over.
No, listen, the difficult takes a while, the impossible takes just a little longer. It's on their order, it's just gonna cost them a little more.
Oh, it cost them. So we did resolve that and get that taken care of. So that it's kind of a important piece of equipment to light up the scene.
So is heavy 41 the truck we just bought?
No, heavy, it's the new heavy on the other. Heavy 41 is a 1995 heavy rescue that.
So where's the
Legion
new
bought.
truck?
The new truck's sitting being built in Wisconsin.
Oh, so you don't have it yet?
Nope. Not yet.
Okay.
It's not
Alright.
allotted for us until July.
So that's the one right there. huh?
And one of the, on the next page, on page 8, where I think we've been very successful is in the training category. As you can see, the training group between all departments, which are our 36 technicians, have had 152 hours of training last year in all different disciplines. And it kind of lays out the different disciplines and dates they did that. There's a requirement on them to have those number of hours, but we have a very, I mean, these guys, I think will echo that, but we have a very qualified USAR group in Weaver County to the point that Davis County is now starting to look at our model because what they're needing is very similar to what we have. So I've had a lot of interest that way. And then on the responses, kind of starts on page 9. Typical responses we saw this last year. rollover accidents, we had some drownings, vehicle extrications, entrapment machinery, we had some rope rescues, vehicles into buildings, vehicles into water. We had a lot of high-speed collisions on I-15 and 89 or 84, and we also had a couple body recoveries that we had to do.
So how can you start reporting to us numbers? You know, these are all entwined with everybody else's call.
Mhm.
I want to know when you got on site and actually did something that nobody else could do.
Okay, on the next page,
Okay,
we broke it down to the units and the responses. So heavy engine 2 went on 186 responses. You had heavy ladder 66, 157, and then heavy 41 had 337. And then we broke it down by individual jurisdictions below. And you can see the graph that shows that we're actually putting those heavies. We've got them in the right place because Weber Fire District, Riverdale, and Ogden City and Roy are the majority of where we're seeing our vehicle accidents and our heavy rescue use. And so they're bordered right on top of where we need them.
once again, when did you feel like without you, it couldn't have been done? The reason I question that is you have on your picture, that one up the canyon right there on the bottom.
Yeah.
And I remember when we had a great big debate on that, whether that was even required. And while everybody was waiting, those people were stuck in the car and, you know, you were out in the middle of nowhere.
Right.
So it was hard to get the equipment even on site. And there was a big debate on that. I remember I enjoyed that.
Yeah, that a pry bar could take care of everything we needed. That debate. Remember that
Well,
debate a little bit.
You know how this goes.
Yeah.
And I do understand you're trying to be safe, not only the people in the car, but the people outside that are making the rescue.
Right.
And if you get there with a pry bar and all of a sudden the car starts turning. So I do understand that.
If you look at that picture right above that, you can see that we have 2 sets of jaws of life to open that door up on an upside down car. Just open it because before that, it was even crushed down another 5 to 6 inches. So they do what they call an oyster maneuver and they have to separate that car and move it up. Well, that's just not a general fire engine type situation. We see probably, I would probably say we're seeing an incident a week where we're pulling tools and doing advanced heavy rescue type stuff between securing, blowing out multiple sections of the car. Roy just had 2 last week. Last week we had 2. We went up there, one on top of the tracks where the guy flipped it over and his head was actually under the car. Yeah, and then we had another.
I'm trying to
one.
feel good about the budget we gave you. And that decision.
Everything they're dispatched on, those numbers that he's given you is stuff that basically heavy rescues need. So, yeah, can we get things started with a fire engine? Absolutely. That's why we're first into many of these calls. But heavy rescue is dispatched because we need that specialty for some reason whatsoever. So everyone that's been dispatched has actually met that criteria of sending that vehicle to it. So could you get it? Could you maybe have done something else, but then you risk further injury to the individual, potential safety issues for the responders, as you discussed already.
Right.
So those numbers accurately reflect what we're using that heavy rescue for.
All right.
And I think the other thing that
Did I
financially.
give you the warm fuzzies?
Well, I'll give you another warm fuzzy, because I think this one, the mayors will probably back us on this. There's really not a financial need that every city carries all this equipment that we're carrying between the 3 units. So it doesn't make any sense that Ogden would have to have their own, Roy, their own, Weber, their own, Roy, Riverdale. I mean, you're talking $500,000 in equipment on heavy 41.
Right.
So.
And kind of looking at it from the paramedic point of view, you know, EMTs go on every call, paramedics don't. And when paramedics go, they're needed for that extra level of training and the extra equipment they carry. It's the same thing on these heavy rescue calls. The engines show up and can get things started. And then the heavy rescue comes along, they have better training, they have better equipment. And the outcomes where there's not tragedies involved is really the evidence that it's working. Because we don't have, you know, like you said, a vehicle slip and move and fall back down on responders.
All right. Good.
Well, it sounds like you are, what we have now, 3 heavy rescues in the county, that you're moving those around. So Riverdale's not sitting there. If you've got something in South Ogden, and I mean, I think that's the point where sharing access to these resources.
That's
to these assets.
Yep.
Agreed.
And I think we have an adequate response when we've had an earthquake, we've had a tornado, we've had the windstorm, we've had these incidents within our county. And I think not only that, but we have qualified people now in that natural disaster situation that we can support our own county.
Yeah.
So, and have a good response initially, would not have a delayed response of paging everybody back. So in the last page on 7, you can see some of the equipment that we purchased with that money. 13 Swift water suits, because Swift water has kind of become a thing, not last year, thank goodness, we don't have any water anymore. But the year before, we had 5 Swift water incidents, so we now have the equipment set up on all 3 heavies to take care of that. And the way that's set up is we grid the entire river out and have sections identified. And dispatch will send us to our identified numbered sections all the way down the river. So we can place these 3 units and additional units in between to help support that swift water. And so instead of a body cover, we now potentially have a rescue that we can conduct. And that's a huge difference than it was 5 years ago. But, and moving forward, I think we're going to continue to work on dispatch. We're going to just kind of monitor this thing. We have some equipment we have to purchase for Northview to get them up to speed. And then we've got a committee set up with that have chiefs involved, as well as representatives of the heavy rescue team from every department that evaluates any equipment needs and purchases and prioritizes those.
How's the communication going between all the departments?
Great.
You know, that's one of the big things that we asked you about.
Yeah.
Say, look, you guys come in here, y'all need to get together on this. How's that going?
So each month at our chiefs meeting, we've put out an additional area for just heavy rescue communication. And then also each month, myself, Britt, and Shelby from Ogden meet and do a Q&A. So each month we're meeting twice about the heavy rescue.
Okay, just as long as you guys happy with the communication?
Yeah, we get along great in this county with all the fire departments.
Okay. Good. That's paramount for me. We could talk about all this stuff, but if you guys aren't all getting along and there becomes a turf war, that's where I'm gonna have a hard
No,
time.
we haven't had any of that. Matter of fact, just the opposite. I think it's been very
good,
very positive.
Good.
Scott, what about financially? How they do?
So you have a contract and a local agreement with them, and we just funded according to that, and we saved a little bit of money last year on some of the equipment purchases, and there's going to be a request that you'll see here in another 2 or 3 weeks when we roll over all the county money to roll over some of that equipment money as well, so that they can use it to buy some additional equipment. But other than
just
that,
save it for year or next.
yeah. Yeah.
Sure.
So
Understand that.
it was under budget. So
Mr. Chair,
good, yeah.
one other thing we did last year too, structurally. So all of you hear this at the same time. Structurally, what we did is, you know, in the almost 30 years I've been here, our emergency services have been under the commission. Well, I'm going clear back to Sam Vanderhyde, if some of you remember him. Eli, you remember Sammy?
I remember sure thing.
Yeah, and Brad D, and then all this other stuff. We've now placed that, organization under Lisa. So the communications happen, and there's another set of eyes on it that will have a look there. So I want to make sure that, you know, from us, that's how we've structured that, so things work out.
So Gage, she's in your portfolio, right?
Under the sheriff, yep.
Yeah, okay, that's
Yep.
great.
Correct.
So Jason, you got anything to say about this?
The only thing I was gonna add is, it's kind of already been mentioned, is that I think just in the last year or so, the big improvement has been the communication, in that we're talking to Chief Shawley and Slater and Britt and everyone, and people are asking questions instead of assuming. And when questions get asked and responses are delivered, I think that's the best approach. That way we're not overspending and things are getting done. And on that swift water stuff, it was not just the equipment, but you guys had the trainings that were taken care of and paid for. And so I think the communication overall, I would assume these guys are getting along because everyone seems to be communicating just fine. And I don't think Scott and I have seen, we haven't been blindsided once this last year, so that's been nice.
So that's all part, I think that's the other reason too.
So
trying to make it a smoother transition.
what's happened to the paramedic fund? Because that's what we're financing this out of. Is that kind of hanging on its own, or is it starting to come down a little? Because we anticipated it come down a little.
Yeah, it's gonna come down a little bit, but it has a big fund balance right now, so we have that long slope over, I mean, if we were at the same rate, we'd be 10 years before we
Right.
needed to make some adjustments to it. So,
All
but yeah,
right.
we're continuing that.
Good to know.
Well, that's good to know.
Yeah. They're under your kind of purview now, aren't they, Jason? They have, you got oversight of this?
Lisa.
Well,
It's-
but
Yes.
doesn't that come to you for
Yeah,
Just
as
for
far as all the-
purchasing,
All
though.
the procurement stuff
the
comes. to me.
procure, that was what I'm getting to. is
Yeah,
Writing the checks comes to you and then we release it. Yeah.
But he had a little more oversight in that before. We've kind of shifted that to her.
Right.
Okay,
So like the approval of the invoices, like I was doing that before, I would actually review and see that. We're gonna shift that over to emergency services, so
Yeah.
they'll be doing the day-to-day review. I'll review their budget like I do every other department's budget, but I won't be managing the budget, if that makes
Right.
sense.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to get to.
So now you get all my emails.
Yes,
well, Lisa, anything you want to say about this?
I don't believe so. I mean, we're gonna have a meeting and talk about the logistics of it and exactly how things are gonna go down, but I think that it sounds like they're all working well and that helps and keeping an eye on what comes in will give us a good idea of how it's going as well.
All right, I
Good.
don't have
No,
any
I'm-
issues there. All right, thanks, gentlemen.
Comfortable
We
with it.
appreciate you coming in.
We appreciate you
A lot.
and your support.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in.
I'm out.
Thanks.
See you guys.
Appreciate you.
You bet.
Take care.
Peace.
Thank you.
All right, Visit Ogden contract
Oh, here we go.
is the next one. Marty should be out there. Marty and Jennifer and Stephanie and Chris Crockett.
So should Sarah be here for this? Or is it something outside Sarah?
I don't know.
Something, this is there, I don't. We'll find out.
It says a contract, so I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
You know, they don't always tell you what it is when they sign these, when they get on your agenda.
Yeah,
So I don't know what they all are.
I guess we'll find out.
You come, yeah, come on in. We're just waiting for you. They were just wondering why Sarah isn't here.
She's out of town.
I didn't,
Oh, is she?
I don't know who said this, but.
Oh, don't you?
Uh-uh.
Well, this says, Visit Ogden contract, Marty Smith.
So I think,
I said it, I said it.
Oh, did you? There you
I mean, I
go.
understand, I think the conversation that we're gonna have, but.
I'm not sure.
I do too. Now I do know.
Sarah, you know,
Oh, now the light goes on, huh?
Takes a little while. It's kind of like the high, you know.
He's got high voltage and he's got a low voltage wire going there.
Sarah
so-
did email and say she's gone and it was unfortunate that we're talking about her contract.
I
and She's
remember.
gone.
Yeah.
Okay,
She did.
It's
email
been,
and say
remember
that.
she came during her presentation, the annual presentation, with Chris Crockett was there with the county. The contract that CVB is operating under with the Weaver County is decades old.
Okay.
And some of the things just don't apply. It's 50, at least 15, 18 years old, isn't it?
if
Chris?
you guys like some food, you're welcome. We've got lots
you.
left.
This one was last drafted in
Sue.
2017, and so it's due for a renewal.
But no, but yeah, but the goals and the parameters by which we're living off of, some of
Could
those,
have been much older.
yeah, it's 17 years old.
Yeah, it's,
So this is a better way to go about, it's just, we're cleaning things up like we have in a lot of places, you know? So that's what it is.
Chris, go ahead. You ready?
I'm just gonna pull this up real quick.
So we're talking about the contract with Visit Ogden.
yeah, I think it's, and Chris could probably speak to this, but it's most related to how they've become more of a destination management than just a tourism marketing.
Chris, if you
As
also,
most CVBs are turning into DMOs or, you know, destination development.
if you also want to share the screen, we have people online, just trying to be.
Chris, I hope I'm inaccurate in saying that, but I think that's what her language
You're
is.
totally fine. Well, what's the difference between a destination management organization and a visitor bureau?
They're the same thing, it's just updated terminology.
So I think and I don't want to speak for Sarah, but I think Sarah would say that much more of their time is spent on things like this feasibility where we're gonna decide what recreation in the county in the future involves. So we're developing the destination as opposed to strictly marketing the destination. So they've evolved. And
Okay.
that's an
fair.
example of what
That's very fair.
That ought to resonate with you,
It does,
Mr.
right?
VIP of the tourism.
That's one I kind of pushed a little, and
Yeah.
so, yeah, I'm all for that.
I think they find themselves more and more needing to be some of the boots on the ground, not just the marketer.
Both, they're doing, yeah, both doing both.
So really what this is, and I gave you all clean copies and just this is a draft there, because you'll see there are so many changes here. I wanted it to be easier for you to track the. So I gave you a clean copy. There probably might be spacing issues, a few typos in there because there's so many changes. But really, the only reason I'm bringing this to you is to make sure you're okay with the proposed changes that Visit Ogden has brought to us, because I don't know if it meets your goals or not. And so I've reviewed it. I mean, everything looks okay to me, but I just wanted to go over that with you. So just some stylistic changes, some updates as far as the name. The whereases, those are more of just clarification, but I wanted to get down here into the scope of services.
Can I point out one thing up there, Chris? Sorry.
Mhm.
And when they were talking about more than, they've X'd out all of Ogden Nichols Conference Center in that one paragraph because they market more than just the conference center.
Well, and they
these days.
also, but they include the language down here
Okay.
in this paragraph right here, that they focus on the Ogden Nichols Conference Center, but other venues as well. And so here is one that I wanted to point out to you. And this was one that was changed. They call it the strategic plan. It just says that the Visit Ogden will provide all necessary staff, services, supplies, and equipment for promoting Weber County as described in their strategic plan, which is set forth more in section 2. I removed this section because it's duplicative. It says the exact same thing elsewhere. But here's the strategic plan that I wanted to go over and see if this actually matches what your vision is. That they have to submit on an annual basis a plan that provides a description of marketing, promotion, sales, and destination development activities with a statement of Visit Ogden's performance goals. Then they have to have a corresponding budget that will be presented to you annually during the budgeting process. Any plan that's approved becomes a part of this agreement. And then this gives a time frame that they have to have it presented by December 1st. If you don't have an agreement by December 15th, the agreement will terminate. But these are new things that I just wanted you to read this paragraph because I have no idea if this actually captures what you're looking for. So just the first part of visitor promotion awareness program.
Well, I'll tell you what, this will light Visit Ogden up because on December 1st, if they're not ready to make a presentation to us and go through this plan, they got 30 days.
Yeah.
And it's gonna terminate. It doesn't just, they're not just in arrears. It says they terminate.
Yeah, so the county they'll present by December 1st, and hopefully they'll be working with you lots sooner because you will be going through your budgeting
Right.
process. But if you let them know that you don't accept the plan or that you can't come to an agreement by December 15th, then it will automatically terminate at the end of the year. And just so you know, all of this language, except for a few things I put in there, Sarah gave over to me to review.
The blue or Sarah?
The blue or Sarah.
Blue Sarah,
Yeah.
so she's proposed most of this.
Yeah, and if you
So
notice
she-
that right there, Chris, where they've taken out marketing and put strategic plan, so because it's more collective than just marketing.
Yeah.
Just to point that out.
I like that a lot.
So this is Sarah's language right here. And I just need to know if that's okay, if that's what you're actually looking for.
What if the strategic plan couldn't line up with what the county, I mean, is the county's budget? Like, I don't know how it used to read, but if there's a strategic plan and a budget ask and you like what if those don't?
So you'll have to, I mean, there'll be a part where you approve the budget and we put that down here for this year.
Because they have to come every year with their budget, right?
That's
To
correct.
commission meeting for approval.
Right.
I don't want to give that up.
They've got, this was already approved for this year's budget. We're a little bit behind in improving this one. And so that's, they have to renew that every single year, but it could go up or down depending on what the commission is willing to allocate. And that will all be, you know, they'll justify that amount in their ask when they present their annual marketing, I mean, their annual strategic plan.
I think your question, Jen, they have to get their budget approved by the commission every year. I would assume it would align with their strategic plan. I mean, they're not gonna approve it if it's not what they wanna. Is that your question?
Kind of, yeah, I want to make sure that the budget isn't being forced because the strategic
I see what
plan.
you're saying.
And I like that. I don't want it to be forced either.
Well, but it is, because what ends up happening is if this strategic, if it isn't agreed upon according to the strategic plan, by the end of the year, it'll terminate.
But I guess their budget is presented earlier than December
Mhm.
It's
1st.
Yeah,
just,
it
so-
is.
they come in here and they have a set meeting.
So
they
that
do all
should be
their
fine.
budget
They're hearing.
cycle.
Yeah,
Yeah, we do that in the fall.
yeah, so
October.
then that
So
should
we
be
approve
fine.
their budget and then they come back to us by December 1st with their plan.
And that's
Their-
good
their
because,
Plan, they're not gonna put together that plan
Right.
Unless it-
without knowing what their
Right.
budget is.
And that
So-
strategic plan, I don't know if she's talking about her annual strategic plan, but you all saw that big strategic plan she just went through and worked through. That was a big, long-term, has phases over the course of the next decade in it.
Right.
So,
Hey, all in all, I'm okay with this. Harv, this is your portfolio.
I'm just, this is a full transparency.
Yeah.
I've been anxious to hear what Marty, you and Jennifer have to say.
I
about
haven't
this.
read this yet. This is the first time I've seen it, so I really don't know that. I
I'd
can
like to hear
speak
some comments.
Too much.
y'all. I mean, it doesn't have to be right now, but we want to do this soon.
Yeah, I know Sarah's really, the scope of their job has changed so much, particularly over the last 5 years.
I don't see any issues with this, especially where she's come up with.
And that's just what I wanted to verify, that the
Yeah.
commissioners are okay
Yeah.
with what she's going to be, the services that she's going
I
to
mean,
be.
it comes down to, the bottom line is budget. Whatever she comes in here and we agree to on budget in September, October, she's gonna come back and modify that annual.
yeah,
Well, and there are provisions further on down where
Okay.
if she does, if Visit
I don't see it.
Ogden does something that the county does not like, there are provisions that allow us to step in to alter their course or to stop if it's a program that we just don't think is going to be successful or we don't want going forward. They have to cooperate with us. Other things to keep in mind with this contract, I mean, she's taken out things for like lodging bookings, Utah Film Commission, but put in a section about public relations, destination development. These are very broad, general things. Community education, working with state agency partnerships.
Chris, can I jump in here real quick?
Yes.
So are we saying, and I haven't seen this either, but she's bulleted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. She's added public relations now, destination development, community education, state agency partnerships, which she does all of those things. But are we saying it's no longer tied to room nights at all? Is it, have you
I
read
didn't see
through it?
anything in there related to room nights. I thought the lodging bookings was taken out.
Yeah, so that's why I asked it, because you said that, so
What this might be doing is actually conforming to what she's been,
doing.
the company's been morphed into.
I think that's true.
Room nights, was that just a measurement for success?
Yes, so to the best of my knowledge, early on, their measurement success was strictly tied to transient room tax or room nights based on what they booked through the conference center. It's become so much more than that. But I think the measurable would be just that tourism tax in general, right? I mean, it's collective, it's leased vehicle, it's restaurant tax, it's room tax. So we kind of follow that, and Scott Park's not in here, but it's been climbing as we've seen over the years. I think she's saying collectively, if we see that moving up, why do I have to be tied specifically to just a room night measurable when I'm doing all of these things? I would think that's what Sarah would probably say.
And she comes and presents to the county commission and also through your budgeting cycle, you're going to be able to determine whether you're getting your money's worth.
Right.
Or not.
Yeah.
She has to keep records because it is a large amount of money. County ownership, anything that's piece of office equipment, displays, furniture, fixture, if it's in excess of $5,000, it's actually owned by the county. Anything below that vests with ownership of Visit Ogden. This one I need to talk with our insurance company about because we have what I see are conflicting terms. We've got says risk of loss of all property fixtures and personnel used to provide services under this agreement shall be upon Visit Ogden. We get down below, we say that we provide insurance for any county buildings, fixtures and equipment used by Visit Ogden. So I just need to make sure our insurance company is okay with that. I updated the insurance provisions to match what use it requires for all its policies. Let's see.
So Chris, on a bill like that, you just call Johnny? Is that who you run that by?
Yeah, and then I'll run the provisions by them to make sure they're okay. It requires them to provide any financial reports the county requests. They keep records of all operational activities, purchase assets and receipts. We have to have an independent audit. They have to have an independent audit each year. And then the terms, it will go for 4 years. And I did talk with purchasing. This is such a unique organization that there really isn't one else in the area like that. So there really aren't any purchasing requirements with it. And plus, we're actually not going out and purchasing something. They're taking this money and putting it towards their strategic plan. I did add provisions as in the event of termination. Visit Ogden shall return any remaining unspent funds and shall return county-owned assets. We have the ability to enter their space. Visit Ogden director evaluation. This is something I didn't even know if it was happening or not.
Yeah, well, we do it through the board.
Okay.
Right, Scott?
Yeah.
And there are
Executive board or
Executive board.
Okay, there are provisions in there that they have the members of the county commission be able to be on that board and also on the executive committee.
We do. We get 2 appointments to that board.
And this is one where Sarah, she runs such a great ship. She just does such a good job. I really don't have a lot of concerns with what she's.
Yeah, she's a team player. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's, just to add to that, probably becomes more important if Sarah were ever not at the helm to have these things, right? Because you don't know, just wasn't from an accountability.
That's why we do it.
I put our standard indemnification.
None of those
provision
are there
in
forever.
Makes sense.
Thank you for doing that.
Yeah, no problem. And then just the boilerplate language. So if you all are okay with what's contained in there, then I will get back with Sarah. I do need to.
Again, sorry if I can. The body of this, even though we signed this contract 4 years ago, the body of this contract really hasn't changed like this for about 17 years.
Really?
Yeah, so it's in dire need of updating.
Could I point out one thing, commissioners?
Good to have a refresh.
Just real quick, from an accountability standpoint, not having like hotel rooms, right, measurables, from a measurable or key performance indicators, she puts in section 2 of the, back in the, under the strategic plan, that she'll present every year containing a description of marketing, promotion, sales, destination development activities with a statement of Visit Ogden's performance goals. Probably an important thing every year to make sure is included is what are your performance goals for the year? Are there measurables, right? Are there key performance indicators you plan on hitting? I don't know, just it's there written, just something to point out.
And it's so easy for the county to get out of this particular agreement just by providing a 90-day notice or by not accepting their proposed plan by December 13th. One thing I did want to ask you about though, is the old language had that Visit Ogden would agree to abide by the provision of the county's ordinances and policies with respect to budgeting and expenditure of public funds, except as may be approved by the county commission. Sarah put in a comment here. They're an independent entity, not bound by county expenditure policies like procurement. So she wants to discuss that. It's true, they are a governmental nonprofit. They do have their own process for acquiring goods and services. Do you want them bound by the county's purchasing requirements, or just are you okay with having their own internal policies and procedures govern? I'm going to get with Park about this as well, just to get his thoughts.
Yeah, I would think in this, the county and the state, they pass these purchasing rules to keep ourselves out of trouble. And so if we bound her to those, it would keep her out of trouble as well.
And she might already have some, as a governmental nonprofit, some purchasing requirements. And I don't know exactly what purchases she's making where it would be easier for her to go through her own requirements. Or, and I want to see Scott Park's opinion as to whether he thinks it's important to have us go through county purchasing.
I suspect she makes very few purchases that are not inside the purchasing government entities purchase.
Yeah,
I push back on that a little bit because she's buying advertisements in magazines and
Well, there's travel, training.
travel training,
also in
potential
We're so
alcohol
procedure
internet and,
purchase.
yeah.
There's still procedures.
That's right.
to
I mean, that's
spend that.
the one that, if I were, you're all making great points, but, and Jen and I, you said this, but it's sometimes when you're entertaining a client and you have to buy alcohol, we don't do that as county folks, but Sarah is in that marketing world where you're out. You know, I don't know if that's maybe an example of why if she had to follow what we were doing.
And maybe there's sufficient oversight by having 2 members of the county commission on her board and also one on the executive committee, that there could be oversight and making sure that she complies with whatever their financial policies are.
All the time we've been there, I've been there, she's never made any kind of a request or to get a bill paid where she had to buy somebody alcohol. Now, she talks about buying alcohol occasionally, but
I think it's more like on a dinner, right?
Yeah,
Or
I think it has to do
that's
with
right.
her
Right.
entertainment.
That's what
Right.
I'm probably talking about, entertainment line, yeah.
Okay.
Well, and we don't want to hamstring that to her, so I think that's a discussion with her and Scott
I
Park
agree with that.
or Jason.
So would you like me to get Scott Park and Jason Horn's opinion on this, that particular provision, and get that to you?
But let's not hamstring her to the point where it's gonna cut into her operation.
No, really, by and large, this contract is very workable, what she's presented to us. I just needed to verify that it's within your goals of what you want to accomplish.
Yeah.
So Commissioner Harvey, you okay with that?
Yep. I'm good.
You okay? All right, so when are you gonna present this? Will this be on tomorrow's?
No, I need to get
Week
these
from
changes
tomorrow?
back to Sarah, and I'd like to have at least give Marty and Jennifer an opportunity to review the draft. I'll get you a clean copy,
Okay,
get that to Sarah. who
It's
finalize
likely
any
a couple,
changes.
3 weeks.
Couple, 3 weeks for sure.
great.
Yeah, looks good to me.
Thanks, Chris. We
Yeah,
appreciate it.
Anytime.
Marty and Jen.
Thank you.
We appreciate you guys. So, are you renting out those yurts this winter?
Yeah, there
Yeah.
were very few dates open.
Yeah, they've been busy.
You need to go up there.
Yeah, my brother is buying that place up there. He went up there 10 days ago and did some cross-country skiing and went on about how great it was, and how it was all had
Who did
been groomed, and my brother.
Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah.
Nordic does a great job of grooming and,
up at Nordic or at
Up at the North Fork.
North Fork?
Yeah,
yeah, the yurts have very few dates.
that's good. Glad to hear that.
Yeah, because I wanna.
Saddlewood Estates, that's the next one up, so we're right on time.
Look at that. Wow, actually, you're 5 minutes ahead of schedule.
Yeah,
Thanks, Commissioner.
thanks, Chris, appreciate it. Man, you said, we haven't met in a while.
No, we should be this month, I think.
Yes. I just said,
Yeah.
And then we've got
The difference between
New Orleans
April
in
and May.
March.
Yeah, you going?
I
I'm not
didn't go
gonna go.
this year.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna. I'm gonna.
No, they're good.
Planning.
They were, after
I'm
I.
sitting
in on the sewer today.
They were very happy. Good. Okay, terrific. So.
I'm setting up a lunch for you guys with Club Med executives.
Are you? That's good.
Next week.
Excited.
Yeah,
Meet with them.
yeah, it'll be fun to meet.
Yeah,
Thanks, Commissioner.
thank you guys, appreciate you.
Gage did well this
Did you
morning.
get something to eat?
Yes, I did, thank you.
Okay,
Gage did really well. Gage and Chris did well this morning.
good.
So we only had one that was kind of pushing back, but,
Who?
oh, he's local and we forgot to invite him to the legislative breakfast. And I think he was kind of butthurt about that.
Who was that?
Young guy, dark hair.
Ryan Wilcox?
Yes, Ryan. So I think he was, I think he was giving us a
Was he
hard,
not there?
he wasn't.
Oh, we forgot to invite him.
He got left off the list, but Gage took care of it. Gage
smooth that out.
She says Ryan was a little bent that we didn't invite him to our legislative breakfast. Huh?
He was, he went out and rattled my chain.
Yeah, you did.
Huh?
You
I-
did.
Didn't, we don't know. It just happens. you
That's
know?
what I told him. I said, he asked me who's in charge. Well, Shelley does all the invites. He said he was never notified of one. And
Hey, look, we made a mistake.
so I just
I
told
don't
him.
know what else
Yeah.
to do.
No, Gage handled it and,
No, we
He
got
was
him
the
on
only-
our side again.
and the reason they're asking Gage is because I said he was the only one, Jim had asked who would, if we got any
I
bad
got a
feedback.
couple gentlemen here from Saddlewood. Do you want them to come in?
Yeah, it's time.
Yeah,
So
he
we
was
only had
just,
one. We only had one.
he's gonna be okay with us. He was just fired up that he got left off our.
Yeah, so he kind of threw Gage some hot seat tickets, questions.
But your friend Buxton came and hit me up as well.
Yeah.
He's
from
a-
us.
he's a
For
youngster,
that, yeah.
Jim, he's a
Good, Mike.
youngster.
I'm not sure I see that in the cards, especially, I just sent you that new email from Brandon Cooper.
What'd you say?
I haven't seen that yet.
Hey, how are you, bud? 25
Good to
minutes.
see ya.
Yes, we do. I have.
Yeah, it's great to
Seems
have
like
you
there are
here.
a couple of things he's saying.
Should you be here as a guest or you here with Saddlewood?
Mark Johnson denied that we were told Buxton that we were fine. that he was here.
Yeah, hopefully took
Okay, so in the meantime,
How can he-
chair, and then when that comes, if you want to.
I don't understand.
Today to talk.
Hello. Hi.
Who are we talking about here?
We're just waiting for our,
Sandalwood.
Saddlewood, yep.
yeah, we're waiting for our people from our,
This is a
yeah.
different discussion. We have several.
Tucker and Sean and Bill and Gary and
This one we've talked about in the past?
Yeah. Yeah, we come before you before just on with Randy Ropoletto and when we had.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
come up.
Okay. that's
so
making sense.
Harvard, the other guys out there,
No.
our planning department, Tucker, Sean,
maybe
Bill,
planning.
huh?
Maybe planning, let me look.
Yeah. Says this is their meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah, a couple of them just.
Well, they
said
better
nothing.
be here.
Yeah. Can't get started without 'em.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we could do that tonight. So are you thinking on that? that we don't consider this might have a split parcel purchase? I mean, we can. It would be nice to have a tight.
There?
Yeah, if we can find something else.
Let me tell Shelley.
Oh, yeah, just have Christie call down there and ask him.
And he's fine when he's easy going with it. We just have him have a space set out. But not all of it, stuff on that. It's gonna take 3 or 4 years.
Fine, so it's,
And go something else.
we're there.
We're there now.
But if we can bring it under what you want to sell now. Still have to sell on that. See if we gotta pay her out quicker. 'Cause I don't like that. Orders on them.
So did you go in down there to the legislature and get yourself a drink?
Today?
Huh?
No. I didn't have time.
Yeah, I went over to the Capitol, said hi to the gray coats.
Oh,
Your
yeah,
green coats.
well, we did that, I did that last Thursday when I was down there. But
Man, my
today-
guys are all gone but 2 and they're going this year. So I won't know any of them now.
Yeah, when I went on the Senate floor, there was more of my guys I remember from the House than there was of your guys.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll bet half of that's filled with
Green coats, huh?
ex-house members.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Portland?
Mr.
you.
Ambassador.
There's the ambassador of.
Ambassador of happiness.
I'll say.
Did you get something to eat? Portland? You got pizza up here.
Maybe I'll grab something to go.
Oh, yeah. Take some.
Yeah,
Appreciate
you're welcome, man, that you want. bud. I don't know where our planning department
it.
is.
That was good you sent to Hinkins.
Okay, good. I'm gonna do each person individually, so they get an individual personalized one.
Oh, to the committee?
Uh-huh.
Oh, good idea.
Yeah.
Here they are, man. Tucker's about ready to give up on you. Sorry. Okay. You ready?
It's almost identical. I just
Yes.
changed- I just
Okay,
changed
go
the
ahead.
line.
So we're talking about Saddlewood today, right?
Correct.
Did you put in here if they have any questions?
This is just a
I- I-
draft
yes, I
agreement.
did that on the one that I'm sending you. Yeah, yeah,
So this is,
So where's Saddlewood? Make sure we all know where we're talking.
Utah.gov.
Oh, there it was. So this is over that by the Pinea on 5100.
Oh, uh-huh. Oh, uh-huh.
Okay,
Just east.
Correct. So as part of this subdivision, they're bringing sewer in from 2100 south, 2200 south. Oh, here we go.
Good.
Okay. So as part of this development, obviously this is them right
Okay.
here. And they need to get
Population.
sewer there. So they're hooking into a sewer manhole right
Yeah.
here. And running west along 2200 south and up 5100 to get into theirs. And
Hold
we-
on,
Oh,
start that all
Yeah,
over again. I didn't get any of that.
so this is Pioneer right there. This is their development.
Yeah. And that
Um,
sewer's on that road right there?
Sewer's on 2200 south. There's a lift station right here. for,
Okay.
Central Weaver.
Okay,
And there's two manholes that go down into this. So they're tying into this manhole here, running west and then going up 5100.
So are those people on sewer today that are right there?
No, they're all on septic right here. There's, I know this guy is. Which,
He's coming.
some of these guys, this guy might be, just a few of them are, if anyone, it's hooked up to sewer. But everyone in the subdivision is on septic.
On septic?
Yep, except maybe a couple.
What about to the west?
Well, so everyone or just accept a couple?
Everyone,
Most.
most,
Thank
all
you.
people.
I'm listening rather closely. That might could be deadly. Okay.
So to the west, Tucker?
This is all on septic. All this is septic.
I think the only thing that gets sewer is that little cul-de-sac to the east.
Yep, yeah, right here. This is, yep, they tied into a sewer line right here. So they're running a sewer line here and here, and then up to their development. And we made it go bigger pipe and as deep as possible so we can service all of this area in the future.
Right.
So as part of this agreement, we're gonna have them install this as deep and as flat as possible, bigger pipe. And then we will pay them that offsite improvement back through this agreement.
The difference.
They're fronting the offsite improvement right now, and then whoever connects to this sewer.
It'll be a
line-
pioneering agreement.
Yeah.
Pioneering agreement. And
Whoever-
you're correct, Commissioner Harvey, it is just the difference. It's not the.
How did it come up that difference?
We would look at the difference in the cost of the trenching depth as well as the pipe size. Pipe size.
So you make that decision
We would.
in-house?
Yeah, we would do some estimating.
Yeah, I just wondered how you did that.
Yeah, same as we did on the other pioneering
Yeah.
agreements we've done.
So you're kind
Yeah.
of the expert on this.
So we're, so we
We're
look,
learning a lot about it.
so we look
Well,
at,
things change fast these days and they do.
so we look at how many units will be affected or be able to tie into this. And then they will divide the total cost by that, and then each unit will pay that amount.
So you got a kind of a river or depression you're going through there.
Correct.
Up
So-
by Pioneer, yeah, right there.
Yeah. there's-
Exactly, right
yeah, there's
down
water,
through there.
So they're piping it with a 48-inch and a 30-inch pipe, and they're putting a road over it. And then there's room between the pipe and the road to go over the pipe. with the
Good.
sewer.
That just sounds to me like this is gonna work right, work out. Just right.
Yep, so it should work good. So right here, we'll have a stub right here, 12-inch pipe right here. That's like, I think 8 feet deep, maybe 10 feet deep. I can't remember right there. And there'll be an 8-inch line stub right here that's like 8 feet deep. So we have two opportunities to hook up to this subdivision in the future for sewer.
So the
those will be
subdivision,
future connections.
Correct,
subdivision is where your cursor is right now.
right here.
Oh, it's right there.
Yep,
Okay.
And they're stubbing one right here and then one to the west.
Right. Okay.
So that in the future, we have
Right.
opportunities to hook up sewer.
Good.
So I just wanted to bring this to you, make sure
That's good.
we're okay to go forward with this sewer development agreement. And we'll crunch numbers and figure everything out from here.
I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with the question.
Cool.
Are you developing the lots and then sell them to individual builders, or will you also do the builds yourself?
Little of both. We're keeping a few of them to build.
Keeping three of them. the
Keeping
rest of them are
three.
going.
Okay, the rest you're gonna put on the open.
Yeah.
Okay, good. That was a question, if you remember, Commissioner Jenkins, Commissioner Farrar, that Natalie Gardner talked about. No, one of the presenters talked about last week.
Lots.
Tuesday. How the lots are developed and, because a lot of times your ivories and those other ones, they come in and they say no.
Half of these people are pretty much buying these lots for personal builds for themselves, not bringing in a lot of builders.
Yeah.
One other thing I have to ask, and
You mean they're builders themselves?
Not builders themselves, but just people that want a final home on these lots.
Probably have a builder in mind. already.
Yes, they'll have a builder in
I'm
mind.
with
not-
you.
yeah.
Owner built the suit.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
All right, Tucker, go ahead.
So in the past agreements that we've done, we've always had a period for the agreement to pay it back. And I've found it to be 15 on most of them, but Court, when I sent this over to Court and had a look at it, and he found something in our code.
Yeah, the county code limits it to 10 years.
That's right. I was gonna say, last one we did was 10.
So
I
the
thought.
question is, how long do you want this one? And do you want to change the code to reflect flexibility to go up to 15 years or some other time period?
One we did with Brad Blanch was 10 years. 15?
I think
we were telling 10, he was saying 20, and I think we settled on 15.
How could you settle on 15 if the code doesn't allow it?
I didn't know that the code didn't allow it.
Yeah, I thought we were 15 with him.
I think
Because he was arguing, Brad was arguing to have it longer.
Brad argued, I've never heard that before.
Suggesting, is that a better word? Suggesting?
Kind and meek.
Well, once again, we do something that's against our own code.
the draft of the Winston Park one had 15 years in it also. I don't know what the final agreement said, but we've done that a couple of times now. So
Well, so if we prove it here today, which we just said where we proved it somewhere else, and we're gonna have to do it, then once again, we're breaking, this time we're doing it knowingly.
Why don't we change our code?
Unless we change the
do you want
code.
to change the code to allow that, or do you want to,
Up to 15?
or do you want to cut it off today and say we discovered?
That's where I am. I want to say 10 years. I think 10 years is reasonable.
Why'd we do 15 with Brad Blank?
Scott.
It was probably more of a compromise, like Chad alluded to.
I don't know how this works. This is uncharted territory for me. I like the idea. of
What do you mean?
changing-
You were chair when we did it.
Shed some light for us on this. If we cut it back
Oh,
to 10
Sure,
years.
it's in your
Well, somehow
It
you
was in
did.
your portfolio. I figured Scott knows. what
Somehow
he's
you
talking
did
about.
too.
If you
15
cut out
years.
10 years rather than the 15 if the other people,
That's
and the
what I
next
get
5
for
years
Justin
come
Martell.
into it.
Yeah, does that make sense? Is that what you're
I don't know.
I don't know why we wouldn't just change our code to
Up to 15.
up to
You-
15. And that brings us in compliance with it.
It does, but I feel like 15 is too long.
Well, we don't have to approve 15. We've already done it once.
Twice.
Twice? Okay.
Easy.
I'm up with you guys.
Well, it's 2-1. You got two right here that want it. So you can change the code.
I'm okay up to
So
15.
the question on this agreement is what to do, what you want to do, and then what do you want to do going forward? Do you want engineering to work on amending the code? So there are two separate questions here.
Well, I don't know how we do anything less than 15 when you just told us in front of them that we did 15 twice.
Right.
Whether it was in front or not, we would have made the same decision.
Oh, we would have?
I would
He's
have.
better than me.
That's the challenge of having legal advice in this type of setting, isn't it?
That's true.
That's the trouble right there, since we've already done it
No trouble.
twice. Sorry.
It's no trouble.
So the answer is yes. So the second question is, do you want to amend our ordinance? I'm a no, I don't want it. 10 years is plenty of time. And I remember having this discussion on Brad, so 10 years is plenty of time. So obviously something happened there. I don't know what happened there. How'd you guys do that? You sure you just didn't unilaterally change that?
I'm sure you did not go back and change the number on the agreement.
I remember we had those discussions.
I do too. Yeah, that's the problem here. We're talking about. So Art, what do you
I'm
want?
okay taking it up to 15. Not,
Up to
I don't
15.
disagree with 10 years, but since we're already set some precedents here, I think we should have the flexibility
Up to 15.
up to.
There you go, Cortland, 2-1.
So.
Go
start
forward with
working on
this
amend-
one,
Go
yeah.
forward with this one
Yeah.
on 15, then start amending the code, start the process to amend the code, and bring you a text amendment, to change it to 15, up to 15. Is that what we have?
That's what they said.
You have any questions? Okay, we'll go forward this, then we'll get it going and bring it to you.
The only reason I get down on 15 is it's so hard for us to keep track of this. And I view it as we already do a poor job of it. And it's just because of so much. We're short manned, it takes time and effort to do all this. And it is not easy to do.
So what we've discussed, Commissioner, you actually bring up a good concern. What we've discussed is creating a layer here in GeoGizmo that turns on with either engineering or planning layers that shows that these agreements exist and what the boundaries of said agreements would be. So that way.
Well, yeah, but today, that's 40 lots, but it's anybody that connects to that lot. And northward, it's all vacant property. So I suspect you could have 150 homes on there before you knew it.
We would try to identify what would actually gravitationally feed into this line at the depth it's at. Realize, we're going off calculations based on perfect installation of the contractor and exact grades, that
Well,
kind of stuff.
if you hold basements out of there, you could go a long ways.
So, yeah, we're gonna try to put something in there to help accommodate that concern.
All right.
Okay, any other questions?
You're just gonna determine what boundaries and just let us know where.
Yeah,
the
Chad and I
boundaries are
looked
at.
at already, it's pretty much this whole area here. Chad, is that right?
When you go to the river.
We went
To the
back
tracks?
to the railroad. We
Just to
didn't
the
look at anything
tracks.
crossing under the railroad.
Yeah, but when you go to the river on the west,
I don't think we were able to get
Yeah,
all the way
it's-
to the river.
It
Oh, and yeah.
gets over here.
okay,
You probably end up having some of that as like a low pressure sewer.
yeah, that's okay.
And then I anticipate most of these people wanting to connect. And as part of this installation of the sewer, we're gonna have them put stubs out to all the houses, the existing homes. So it'll be easier for the existing homes to connect.
For the existing?
Correct.
So kind of.
Yeah, so we don't have to have a bunch
You might
of
as well
cuts
dig a
down
tap
into the
when
pipe.
you put it in.
Yeah, we'll have a Y for each of the homes coming up.
That's a good thing.
So why wouldn't you have them run that street west through the cul-de-sac?
To here,
Mhm.
I don't know if we can, if it's not headed to their subdivision, I don't know. It's not,
Say it again.
I don't know if you can, because
So the
it's
need
going
for
for
it,
subdivisions up
the
here.
need for the actual sewer installation bends 90 degrees at
Yeah, I know.
when it goes north.
That's a public road, right?
It is.
Okay, it's pretty simple. You just decide whether to do it or not. When you run them in there, people are required by law to connect.
So would we, since that's not needed for the Saddlewood development, there wouldn't be any extra above and beyond on that, right? So we would put entirely the cost into the sewer.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's exactly what you do with your impact fees. This is where you'd use them to go ahead and run up there and allow you to extend your sewer.
If it's.
I don't know, look, we don't have the money in there now anyway. I mean, we got money in there, but we're getting ready to use it all. And with this, yeah, we're running short already.
Yeah.
It upsets me. I think we need to check our impact fees, maybe raise them.
They will be redone once the general plan's done.
And when is that again?
2 months. April.
I've heard this spring.
This spring. Summer solstice is when.
21st March.
To quote Commissioner Harvey, easy.
All right, any other questions, commissioners?
This spring is 21st of March. I'd sure hate to get to summer.
Any other questions for you guys? You know where you're at?
Yeah. Okay.
All right, I think we're, send it through.
Okay,
Tucker,
that's it.
Send it through.
I will. Thank you very much,
Okay,
guys.
good luck.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks. Hope you make the million.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
is Upper Valley Sewer.
We're 15 minutes ahead.
Huh?
Yeah, I tell you, yeah. Sometimes I really question these kind of deals. Chad, I don't remember going to 15 years.
Yeah, we were recommending 10 years. He was fighting for 20. We settled on 15, but I didn't know that was in the code until just today. But typically.
So when you say we decided on 15, who was we and when did that happen, you know?
I think right here in one of these.
In a
Do you?
work session.
One of these
I'll
meetings?
look up the minutes before I see, but I think it was discussed that.
I do recall that.
Do you?
Yeah.
All right.
As the chair, I remember getting pressure from the commissioner whose portfolio it was under. That's all I can tell you.
To go to
Of course, I
15.
trusted him. Boy, I'll never do that again.
I don't know.
You know, so much of this stuff we're doing, it ends up just being a blip on the screen because we're doing so much.
Yeah. That's the
Hard to remember it all.
Hardest thing is 15.
We take a 15-minute break.
Said what?
Yeah, that's my concern. Yeah, right there.
Nobody said that. No one's talking about his sewer at all.
No, this is on the stormwater.
Oh, it's somewhere.
All right.
All right, let's see. So next up is 2 o'clock, Upper Valley Sewer District. You know, we're all here. Can you, Chad?
He's going to check on them, see if they're all okay.
He's gonna get out. He just walked out.
You checking on?
To see if
That was
the
hilarious.
Wolf Creek Sewer District is all here.
Oh, yeah, you're waiting. You still gotta wait for Rod Thomas, it looks like.
Yeah, I know Miranda's here, and I think most of their board was gonna come.
Don back here on this discussion.
The mask hid your face, Don.
That's it. Okay, good. We got.
There you
part of
go.
Not
it.
in our
You
reinforcement
gotta wait
back
for your
here.
board.
I've got the telephone numbers for the people at UDOT if you want them. I got that from those two guys that were sitting down here.
Yeah,
If you
let's
wanna
give
put-
those to Steph.
if you want to put them in the
Yeah,
phone,
yeah, throw that down to me.
being prepared, you know, just like me, be prepared.
Good Boy Scout.
Yeah.
Oh.
What are you after?
Something cold. Right there in that.
Right there in that refrigerator.
Thank you.
Eric and Brett.
Why did you get the gal? Did you have the gal's name?
Oh, Carrie. Is that Carrie?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, do you want, is Carrie and Brett, not Eric?
Yeah, Carrie and Brett.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
From
gotcha.
UDOT. Yeah.
Okay.
Eric Steph.
What does Carrie do?
She's the Regional Traffic and Safety Director.
Okay, just a
So
second.
basically, things are taking right off on these sewer studies.
It's looking good.
Well, welcome all of you. Have a seat anywhere in the room you'd like to, or at the table.
Region Traffic and Safety Director. Robbie?
How we doing?
Hey, how you doing?
Doing good.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. You guys are welcome to join us up here if you like, or back
Wherever.
wherever.
Wherever you
So-
want to sit.
Who are you?
Absolutely.
okay.
Rob yourself.
So Rob's all your people here?
Miss Menzies?
So Gary, are all our people here?
Everyone except Chad, he went out to find you guys, so he should be here.
Father of Heidi?
There's Chad.
Yeah.
All right, so whose meeting is this? Who called this?
So I asked Chad to organize it,
Chad?
at my respect.
Come up here. Can't sit back there, you're on the spot.
Here, Chad, Chad, why don't you sit right here where we can keep our.
These were reserved for me.
No, we want you right here, okay. Yeah, you didn't want to sit by me? Well, I shired this morning.
You scaring.
Tough Eddie.
Look at this. Okay, Gary,
So I asked him to organize this. So,
okay.
And
And you got this for 45 minutes. We're
We do.
planning on having a hefty
well,
discussion.
there's some good topics. So
Okay.
with our sewer study starting to come towards wrapping up, we wanted to tee up the idea of where we go next. So probably a little bit preemptively so that this district could kind of get their thoughts behind them a little bit and discuss it amongst themselves. Chad and I went and met with their board last week to talk to them about. what
And
we-
they are who?
The Wolf Creek Sewer and
Water
Water
sewer.
District.
Very
Water
good.
District. So we teed up to them that we're looking at possibly creating a sewer district up in the valley. With the amount of growth, with the amount of development coming, it's looking like a sewer district's probably going to be the outcome of this, and it would be beneficial up there. So that we could have some constructive conversation today. Yes, sir, Commissioner?
What do you mean by sewer district? There's all kinds of water and sewer districts. I think there's 83 or something like that up there. You want to add another one?
Well,
Or are you talking about something more?
no, that's a great question of clarification.
I'm just
Thank you.
listening closely.
Yeah, no, great. There are multiple districts up there. And what we discussed is it could go a couple different ways. We could have one of the existing districts start to manage the sewer treatment. We could reduce them and create a new one. There's a lot of different ways we could go.
That's true. Reduce the number of sewer districts.
Or reduce the area that the existing districts cover. What makes sense? Now, as we've looked at the way sewer effluent is currently being dealt with in the valley, the Wolf Creek District has a functional system, functional board, functional fee structure,
A very competent manager.
more than competent. And quite frankly,
How many people on do you have connected?
1,250.
1,250, so man, that's a nice sized district.
And it's working. Cut to the chase, it's working. It's working
Right.
and it's been working and it's functioning great. So we teed up to them that, hey, is this something that you guys would like to participate in? Would you like to expand and take more? And if so, how does that sit with you guys? So they hit us with a couple questions last week and I feel like we answered them. I'm looking at the board to see if we left anything unanswered or anything, and I'm. seeing-
Another question
Yes,
for
sir.
the board. So for me, I'll just speak for me. It makes sense in the short time I've been here that there would be consolidation, especially with the plan that we've talked about with the reduce the number of nitrates that are headed into Pineview. Some kind of consolidation, so we have some, for lack of a better word, some functioning package plans. Very much like what we've toured the last couple of years, Wolf Creek. You guys do a wonderful job there. I think you do a wonderful job.
Thank you.
So is that what we're talking about, is consolidation?
Exactly, Commissioner.
So what's the board's
I'm all
opinion?
in.
You
Okay.
guys want to
One next
expand
up,
or
let's
not?
go.
Because I've heard from people up there that they don't want any expansion. In fact, they just as soon take some of it away and go back to septic tanks. So I want to hear your opinion.
Okay,
There's a body up in the valley that's opposed to any expansion. You understand that?
we understand that.
So where are you guys?
Well, first of all, I'd like to introduce my board.
Sure, please.
We have, I'm going to give just like the thumbnail, okay? And if I misdescribe you, please forgive me. So we have Pam Young is our newest board member.
Yeah.
She used to work for the state of New York, handling all of New York City's drinking water. So this lady knows her drinking water stuff, backwards, sideways, and forwards. Added to which she had responsibility for watching over sewage treatment in the upper parts of that watershed to make sure that it wasn't affecting New York City's water. So I think Pam's got some experience that's very helpful to us, and she certainly brought it to us already. Bud Hutchell, strong business in logistics and business for Leveler Blinds.
A lot of years, 30 years.
We heard of Levelor before. Levelor, yeah.
Where's everybody else?
We know Rob.
You know, not, we know Rob, and it's Bill Ross, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Hey, Sean.
Hi, Brad.
Don Stefanik previously had a small business running marketing and mail marketing, right? Got it right? Got it right.
That was the end of the tour, yes.
Yes. And then before that,
Pardon me?
and
No,
before that, are you happy with that description? You're happy with that?
More than
description?
you want to hear.
All right. And then John Bingham created a wonderful business with Bingham Cyclery, as you know, so knows the recreational business and all of the folks all the way around. So we have a board that's got, my background's in environmental science and engineering. I worked for an environmental consulting firm for about 30 years. So between us, we have some technical, we have business in quantity, we have people management, and then of course we have the gold standard in water managers and sewage managers in Rob Thomas. So when Gary came to us with this request, I guess the first thing I'd like to say is that we very much appreciate the vote of confidence that I feel it represents in our ability to technically and managerially have a skill set for what you need to take on more, if that in fact is what is how this is going to go. But we're doing very careful due diligence on this because we want to make sure that our current customers, we say that again, our current customers, and I mean not just the people who are connected, but the other 400 lot owners. We have 400 empty lots up there. And those are the ones that are being blocked from development by our shortage of water. So they are our customers too, and we have to make sure that all of our customers are protected in this. So whatever we do, I want our customers to know that we are thinking of them. And if necessary, we will segment the district, because I know we can do that by statute, to allow us to do different rate structures in different areas based on different costs. So we've already done the whole IFFP thing, we've done IFAs, we've looked at all of those sorts of things to make this run, but we haven't done it for what's being now proposed. And we're also very concerned about the effect on our staff, because obviously if we take on something this size, you're looking at something where we're going to have to staff up and hire additional really good people to work for Rob and to make this thing fly. And that is a major concern. I know Annette is watching, because what you've done is by having us all down here is you've created a board meeting, so we're recording it. We're very concerned about what you said, Commissioner Furr, about the negative atmosphere in the valley. And that's something that we're going to have to include in our due diligence. How do we work with that? Trust me, I'm not walking into a chainsaw for anybody, not even you, Commissioner Harvey, and you are so nice when you ask.
Even dull-bladed? Wow.
Even dull-bladed. I'm going to be wearing chaps and armor before I do it. So we've got to find a way to figure out what will work for, and find a compromise and find a way to move this forward. But we really did appreciate Chad and Gary coming up, because we did give them the 5th degree. I can't say that they had an easy time for the 2 hours they were with us, and then we talked for another couple of hours after that to look at what we wanted. And what I've got here is a list of questions really that we wanted to tee up with you guys.
And just to clarify, no commitments were made by us.
He kept on saying, I can't say what the commissioners are going to decide. And it was like difficult.
That's good. I like where you're headed. He knows.
All right.
So Sean, can you put that up on the
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
do you want me to
Gary, go
drive?
ahead. Gary's got it.
Okay, yeah.
You know, what would really help would be to have a map of the, yeah, that'll do it. Make it bigger.
You got it.
Make it bigger. Bigger. No, the other way.
Zoom in.
Yeah, that'll do
Zoom.
it. Yeah, that, stop about there.
About there?
Yeah. Okay, so.
So where do you go today, Brenda?
What?
Where do you go today?
Where do we go?
What
Yeah,
area
what
do you
the
serve?
What's your area?
Service area.
Our service area is broadly all of that,
Right,
and it all comes down to the sewage plant right here.
okay.
And then the sewage plant treats it. The treated water goes in. Tell me if I'm wrong, Rob. It's this skinny long thing. It's that one, right? It goes into that pond. No, this is the storage unit.
Yeah,
That's
so
the
there's
sewage
the
line.
treatment center and then.
Yeah, but these are our, what we call our emergency backup
Right.
ponds. So the
Yeah.
sewage goes into that when the system doesn't run right. So we've got an emergency system when we have to. But this is where the treated water goes, and from there it's pumped up and it treats the front line of the golf course. Now we've been treating water and using it for irrigation for 10 years. So we're in a different place than the majority of districts.
Do you ever go west of River Road anywhere?
No, sir. The topography is wrong. Hoop flows downhill.
And
So
there is a
could you,
significant
can you
drop-off.
shrink this map a little?
Of course I can.
So. Shrink it.
Zoom out,
Shrink
Gary.
some more.
Zoom
Yeah.
out.
Go the other way. One
A
little
little
more.
more, right there.
Okay.
So we're having this study done right now for these village nodes, right? And I anticipate, I don't know, but when it gets there, move that map up just a little.
You got it.
To the other way. I anticipate that this area will be put into one. Right there. And that's what you'd say,
Yep.
Commissioner?
Newtown, Eden.
Somewhere in there. Mhm.
And so we view somewhere along here that we'll have to put this new system. We don't know where until it all comes back. We're just shooting in the dark here.
Yeah, this is just conceptual. Everything's just now.
That's right.
Drawn on.
So
that.
when you start talking about this, we also know that this area right here is gonna develop in a large way right now. Number one, the ski resort, Noric's getting ready to come in, and they're gonna bring 750,
Something like that.
yeah, units, yeah. And then, John is getting, yeah, Osprey, and how big's that?
400.
Yeah,
400, so write that down, Miranda, 400.
400?
I don't think it's quite
I
400
don't think it's
though.
that
No, he's
many.
got 41 lots.
No, I thought he
that's-
said he got
that's
10
like
times
60
the
units.
capacity. He could do 10 times.
They were
more.
designing it for 200 and it could be expanded to
Yeah.
2,000. So I think right now they have plotted just under 100. I'm looking at Chad, does that sound
I
right?
was thinking around 70 units.
Yeah.
last I heard.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think
Okay.
we're
He
somewhere
only
in that.
has 41
100
lots.
then.
41 lots.
Well,
Not
so
Legacy Osprey.
when you start
Legacy
talking and
Osprey.
say, what area are we talking
41.
exactly? Well, they kind of sets it. Somewhere here, we'd have to set a boundary. I don't know where. And this would all flow this way, and that would end up being your district.
Yes.
Yes.
Is that what you
Now-
were thinking?
The big question is, would you build more down here? Would you build here and pump up? That's up to you. If it's us, it'll probably all come down here somewhere. And we'll have to deal with it down here. But if it's you, then you'll have to make that decision. They told us, they happened to be in here just an hour ago. And they told us that they're getting ready to put an effluent plant somewhere in here. Or was that, Gary? You
It
know?
was kind of right down in this area, right?
Oh, was it down there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Closer to the road.
Yeah.
Osprey River? Yeah, John Lewis, right.
Yeah.
I guess I have an alternate suggestion.
Okay, would love to hear.
Have you got a pencil for me, or let me drive or something?
Oh, yeah, please.
All right, this goes back 6, 7 years. None of you were here 7 years ago, right?
Right.
7 years ago, I believe it was 2016, we offered to the then county commission to put a lift station here. So
Move
we're
your
in this-
mouse so I can hear you, Bill.
down here.
Okay.
We offered to put a lift station here and run a pipe up and bring sewage up to our treatment plant.
Really?
We never got an answer to our letter.
Are you serious?
I am serious.
Who are the commissioners then?
Yeah, it must have been lightheaded if they didn't even answer you on that.
I mean,
Well, I guess,
Doesn't surprise me.
And that's a tremendous offer.
well, the reason why is because we watched an auto shop being built, Sterling Auto being built in the valley. And I went to chair, which was Lowell Peterson at that point, and I said to him and Jim Halley, you remember Jim Halley used to be pizza man?
Well, you're talking about Lowell Peterson was chair, but not of the commission.
He told,
He was
Lowell
chair of the
Peterson was
commission of
chair
the
of our
district.
board.
Yeah. We gotta make sure we're in the right decade.
He was chair of our board.
He was the board president. or
He was the
chair.
board president, and I
Okay.
said to Lowell, we sat in our board meeting, and I said, it makes no sense whatsoever to have development in New Eden, including an auto shop, doctor's offices, and dentists going into septic systems, going into the lake. It makes no sense, none whatever. And we all sat around and we said, well, we've got capacity. We could offer to take some of that sewage. So we did.
That was your offer.
Our offer was to put in a lift station that we, if they put in a lift station
hell of
and a
an offer.
pipe, that we would take the sewage.
You were right here where the road curves and goes into Eden. So
Yeah,
it's a low spot.
well, somewhere there. We
Yeah.
didn't have a
So
spot.
you could handle basically anything through here in Newtown and Old Town.
Exactly.
Well, no, all the way down that river, it all flows downhill, so.
Yeah.
The North Fork.
That
We
solves a
may,
lot of- that
what,
solves
and
a lot
what,
of
so
those
what I'm
issues right there.
doing is I'm re-upping that offer back to you and say, look, what you
Something you
need,
would consider.
it's something we would consider. We're doing our due diligence. And what I'd propose is we consider that one now. We need to work with the people of the valley to understand. And I have reasons why I think this might go a little differently, if it's posed a little differently.
Mainly by you guys?
It's getting into
So,
the ammunition box.
Big guns.
Of course, Miranda, when you start talking about what you would need size wise and all this different stuff, if we elected to go to this,
Well, can I?
this would be your choice, not ours.
I understand that, but
Okay.
let me explain why I think we can work this through. And can somebody make some copies for you guys?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
We can have Shelley.
Make enough so everybody can see. Will you
All
go?
right. All right, what you've got there, and this is all. Okay, I don't want to overrun your time, but what I propose is for right now, we talk about a lift station to take sewage up to the plant because we have the capacity. Ultimately, we won't have to, assuming we find a way to get us water.
So back up, how much capacity do you actually have? How many more units can you handle?
Well, right
Or
now,
gallonage.
we're about 50% at the treatment plant.
Okay, you're,
But if we get water, then that opens up to finish out the master plan of
Right.
Wolf Creek.
so where I'm headed with this, if you're put there, wouldn't it behoove John Lewis and the development up here to also hook into there rather than have him do his own somewhere in here?
I think what I'd suggest is this. Why don't we take baby steps and have a phase one, which is the lift station?
Okay,
That will mean that they don't have to wait 3 years until we can get a plant built. They've got a way to deal with it. We've got a way to deal with all of the commercial development in the valley, in the village.
Is that the same as this?
Yeah.
Okay.
same thing.
And what
So
you
what
got,
are all these pins you have?
well,
over
let me explain. Can I
Okay.
finish what I'm describing here? So first thing is a lift station. And then when we ultimately can't cope with the amount, then we build the plant. And that will give us time to figure out where the plant should be, what the technology should be, how well it should be built, get the funding right, get all of those things done. But we can do a lift station and a pipe far more quickly and far more effectively. And then the key problem with all of this, as I know you know, Commissioner Jenkins, is how to deal with the water that comes out of the other end of the plant because of the no discharge rule.
Right.
When that lift station is no longer needed because there is a plant there, or we figured out something else, then we can repurpose the pump station and the lifts and the pipeline and bring the water back up because we have the best RIB in the whole valley. And then we can
What's
use the
RIB?
water, rapid infiltration basin.
Okay.
So we have a rapid infiltration basin. We don't have to put that water so near the lake. We can be more respectful of what needs to go in the lake, which is what this is about. So,
That's a heck of a concept. I really appreciate
All
you
right.
guys come talking to us about this.
let me explain what this is. 4 years
Yeah.
ago, or 2016, UGS did the study about nitrate, right?
Mhm.
And the lake. 2019, that report came out and I looked at it and I thought, this thing's got some holes in it. This fills the holes. I went out in 2020 in February and again in September of 2020. I went in September of 2021 and did flows only. And then I took another set of analytical data in 2 weeks ago. And that is what is on this map. The yellow spots are relatively clean with respect to nitrate. The orange spots are a bit skunky, and the red spots are really skunky.
Is the yellow most pure?
Yes,
From-
it's
from-
less than half a part per million nitrate.
So how did you get your samples? What did you?
Snowshoes, bucket, through Weber Basin lab. They didn't know what they were analyzing. It was a blind study.
Miranda, what's site 5?
Site
What's the blue one in the middle? Blue, green?
Oh, yes.
Oh.
That's Pineview Yacht Club.
Oh.
So you actually took samples right out of the dam?
Well, I wasn't at the dam. I was actually on the ice by the yacht club. They
Yeah,
have
that's
bubblers,
okay.
so they have open water, so I could get to water.
So site 3 and 4 up there.
Without falling in.
I was wearing a life jacket. And the previous time I got him to do it because he was a member at that time and then he resigned his membership. So I didn't have a way of doing it. So I had to go on snowshoes.
So site 3 and 4,
They're
is that-
springs.
pardon?
They're springs.
That's springs, okay. So the springs are not very good quality, huh?
Correct. Which is not surprising considering if you see the road, the yellow road, where it says the 3 of site 3,
Mhm.
that's the highest monitoring well number that was, I think, 28 parts per million nitrate coming out of Old Eden.
Oh, wow.
So what I'd suggest is the first thing we need to do is sit down with the data that I've got. I want to confirm a couple. I'm a bit uncomfortable with some of the numbers I got. I don't know if I mixed the bottles in the field or whether the lab mixed the bottles in the lab or whether things have changed.
When did you take these about from when to when? When were these readings taken?
I take the winter ones from the ice in January or February, when the ice is nice and thick on snowshoes
Of 2021,
of 2020 and 2022.
okay.
And then, and the ones that are closer down the lake are the ones that are at the current shoreline because the shoreline has dropped. As you understand.
I do.
Yes. Site 12, site 16 was underwater, under 8 feet of water until this year. And site 16 is a spring. I have no idea where that water is coming from, but it's the highest I've found in any spring.
Highest contamination?
Correct. It's coming from Middle Fork.
So you're coming off of the subdivisions of Middle Fork right there, because you're going
Well-
right into Middle Inlet there.
Yeah, but I don't think that's where it's coming from. I don't know where it's coming from. I don't know if this is coming from fertilizer being used on the alfalfa fields. We got to do some looking into this.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, my point is, I want to understand the problem
Sure.
before we go to a solution, but in the meantime, I agree with your overall concept that if we're going to have a whole bunch of growth, we shouldn't let more go in there. Is that the big
Yeah,
picture from the
agree with that.
100,000-foot view? Because what I'm hearing, what I wanted to ask you was your goals and objectives. My understanding of your goals and objectives is let's not make the problem any worse with development. We shouldn't let more go in the lake, right?
I think that hits it on the head.
All right.
So
that's
what
we're
we
trying to-
are expecting, and we don't know this till we get it, but we're expecting when we get this sewer study back, that it's gonna kind of divide that valley just like that on Middle Inlet and say, okay, everything over here's got to go to
Yeah.
here and everything over here. And then we've got to make some decisions on how much development we're going to allow, what we're going to allow to happen, how we're going to sewer it. And, I suspect at that point, there's going to be some pretty hefty decisions to be made. But I just want you to know how much we appreciate you coming in and even talking to us about this. You're so
Well, I can
kind.
tell you, 2 years ago, I'd have fallen about laughing. I mean, you're looking here at a bunch of retirees. Hello, we're volunteers. We're not professionals. He's the professional.
Yeah,
but,
but still,
I mean-
you're smart people. Smart people can make confident decisions.
Yeah.
Retired professionals.
So what?
Yeah.
Sometimes they're the best. They're not motivated by other things.
I guess we had some questions we wanted to ask you right now. Is that
Ask
okay?
away. Yes.
The first one is, when will the water and sewer studies be available? And could we please be allowed to, if we're going to be this deep in it, we would appreciate being able to work with Gary and Chad to review those before they get too far out of the gate.
So when are they gonna be available?
So we were hoping we'd get our first draft the end of this week
Of which one?
of the sewer. The
sewer?
water, I haven't touched base with Weaver Basin to see what their schedule is.
Last time I talked to Tage and Paxman, they told me that they thought it'd be the end of May.
Okay.
They were
Water.
hoping March or April, but it'll be May.
And just for information purposes, I scheduled a work session with them, with you guys coming up in.
Paxman?
Yeah, with Paxman in about 2 weeks, I believe it was. Is
Good.
that what we settled on, Stephanie? Because yeah, so about 2 weeks from today.
Would
So
love for
we'll-
you to
we'll-
listen in on that.
I'd appreciate the opportunity. to be-
Yeah,
We'd like to be
we'll
at
get an
the
update.
table.
Yeah.
Those of the board that would like to join that,
Will you-
because this is key. I mean, it affects, we are at a standstill. We have $100 million, probably $200 million in construction on hold, waiting for water. And whatever that water study says is key to us.
Your water right now, you get through a well?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Your water you get today through a well?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
And we're drilling another one. We have $1 million project
Have you
happening
started
as
that?
we speak. Yes. Did you go and look at it?
We did go take a look at it, yeah. That's quite. a
That's
sight.
quite the rig.
It's-
Depending on what that finds, we will be in a different situation. But we need to know
Yeah.
what's coming at us so we can
Let's hope
plan.
you're better
and
off
help
if Powder
us.
Mountain was on theirs.
I hope. We may not be.
You got it, you're drilling a test well.
Let's hope.
Right.
No,
No, you've
We
already done the
were.
test.
we're going full production.
Are you?
Not doing a test?
Costs almost
as much to it's-
do the test well.
Yeah, it was actually less expensive to go direct to production.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting.
So your first question is, you want to be involved with that sewer study on the front end versus the.
I don't know about involved on the front end, but we're reading the scope of work, and I will quote you from the scope of work. Actually, maybe Gary would prefer I didn't quote you.
No.
All right, so this is what they said. We will be assisting the county with development of a managing organization. We know there is a possibility of Wolf Creek Water and Sewer managing this area.
Okay.
And the first thing we find out about it is today, 4 days before the report's due. I mean, hello,
So that was written in their proposal.
Yeah, that's the first I've heard of it.
Yeah, that's their proposal, right?
That's their proposal.
Yeah.
They submitted to us.
Yeah.
so.
Understand, and I kind of clarified this to Miranda a little bit briefly earlier. They were throwing that out there as an option, but not the option, right? At that point in their proposal, anything's possible.
Yeah, I never heard that before.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Okay, well, anyway,
We'll keep going.
we're all in a room now. This is good.
Yeah.
So I guess my next question was, does the scope of the sewer study include evaluation of options? Well, I guess I still don't know the answer to that. In theory, from the scope of work, it might. Do you know?
Well, what we anticipate is definitely some options being presented to us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because, there's the whole question about the amount of investment that many of the residents in the valley have made in septic systems and how that is managed and how I don't want to force anybody to connect to a plant if they don't want to and it isn't needed, you know? We have to make sure that what's done is appropriate in terms of these numbers going in the lake and find a way to get the numbers to go down without getting everybody pitchforks and torches, you know? That's what I'd like to do anyway.
No,
Does that
I-
sound?
I don't disagree with you. And again, I think what, at least the objective here is, in our preliminary discussion, is not to try to force people on septic into sewer, but let's look at the future. Again,
Right,
what ARPA funds, and if we do anything, which I don't know if we will, with the ARPA funds, it's pretty much clear that those funds are to be invested into infrastructure that'll take care of our kids and grandkids. So again, we're looking 10, 20, 50 years down the road.
right.
We're not talking about, somebody lives in the valley now, like me, we'll be dead before a lot of this happens.
Right.
But that doesn't mean we shouldn't be talking about it now. Because our kids and grandkids deserve an answer when they want to build in the valley 25, 30, 40, 50 years from now.
You could be alive
So-
25, 30, 40,
Not a chance.
25.
Well, maybe, but I won't be on probably 2 feet. So let's be clear. I think that communication in the valley is, look, this isn't about today, next year, probably even 5
Right.
to 10 years. This is about how do we deal with this in the future? If we would have dealt with this 25 or 30 years ago, you know, we probably wouldn't even be having this discussion.
Right.
But we
And
didn't
and
have county commissioners that time that wanted to be proactive and talk about subjects like sewer.
Yeah, well, nobody really wants to talk about sewer. They
No.
want the flush toilet
Yeah,
and forget about it.
right.
Well, Miranda, there's no question. We know by the study that was done of the Upper Valley that we can't continue to put waste in the ground. It's too porous. Water up here, subsurface runs to the dam so fast in certain areas that I believe that's, and between that and the farming, I think that's where the nitrates in the dam come. And so if we're gonna get the nitrates down, and you know by the study, we're right on the verge of being too much to develop today. Well, we gotta do something here. We can't continue to put septic tanks in. So we're hoping that this solves the Upper Valley issue for years to come, because if it doesn't, we or commissions behind us will soon be left with one decision, shut it down or not.
I think you need to, yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
Has any financial feasibility study been done?
no,
Because you say you wouldn't be able to afford. I mean, the plant, I don't even know how much a plant would cost, a new one. I mean, when you're saying it's going to take Nordic and Osprey and all these other new developments that are popping up, you're talking, it sounds like a couple of thousand units, right?
More than likely.
Do you know what the
Yeah.
order of magnitude cost is? Have you looked at what the impact fees would have to be
I don't
for
think
that
they've
new
gotten us
development to
a
hook in?
cost of what those units will be yet.
soon. We'll have the study in a month or two. We'll be
Well,
able
is
to tell
it part
somebody.
of the scope?
Of the sewer study?
Yeah.
Oh, well, so the study was gonna come up with costs of the different suggestions.
Okay, all
The
right,
different options.
Different options. Thank
all
you.
right.
Yeah.
With costs.
But yeah, we don't have any feasibility. I mean, so we talked 2,000 up in that area. Again, 2,000 units, you know as well as I do. If that happens in the next 20, 25 years, we'll be ahead of schedule. So you're not gonna get 2,000 units up
Right.
there.
Right.
But we didn't
Anytime soon.
expect anybody to walk in here with 750 ready to go in the next couple of years.
Well, but that 750, again, that's a 15, 20-year plan.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, that's not a,
Okay,
yeah.
Right.
because that surprised me. I didn't think you had that many.
I think they're
councils up
figuring
there.
on 20 years.
And what I'm saying is, let's make sure we understand the problem
Right.
first, which is why I
Yeah.
took those samples
Yeah.
for the last
This
2
is
No, I-
years.
great.
I like having good
Way
information.
impressed.
Okay,
I like where you're headed with this, Brandon.
all right. So part of this, are you thinking it would be to make sure that the allocation of cost is fair? Are you assuming that this is going to be like build it and then like a pioneering agreement where the developers then have to pay into it as they buy into it as they develop? Is that your image?
That's how I would view it right now. Now, that doesn't mean that you can't look at some other options, but
That's how we do it today, though.
Right, and what I'm thinking is that we need to make sure that the residents understand that, because I've been told, I mean, I spent the entire weekend on the phone talking to various people, both, actually mostly people who are against it, because I thought when you need to know if there's going to be a war, you talk to your enemies, right? So biting off the elephant one at a time, and it was remarkable how often it was very, very well-informed women. And we all had a good chit chat over it. And what I learned was people think that the residents, are going to be charged for what the developers are benefiting from. And I want to be able to tell them that that ain't the case.
no,
All right, that ain't the case.
I don't see that.
Hold
happening.
on. That ain't the case. Is that the King's English?
It is when I have to, sir.
Okay, thank you. I just was making sure I was.
So Miranda, I've been involved in this before. And there's some decisions that need to be made before you get to that point. And the decisions are you gonna start a district or not? And if you start a district, well, then everything changes because you have to come up with a development agreement and a purpose and a behind the this new group you're starting, you know? And
New
you know,
area, new group, new area.
yeah, so in Plain City, when we decided to do this, the goal behind this was for it to run sewer to the city. So ultimately, everybody in the city got sewer. And we run it up every road, in every direction, and everybody hooked on, and it was done. So when you say, well, what are we planning on here? That's really what we've got to decide. And if we created a district in this area you're talking about, the goal would be connect every house in there ultimately. And so you'd have to decide if you wanted to take a bond out to do that. Or if you wanted to, you know, and then you'd have to go through there and charge connection fees and start billing people for it. And it'd take place, and that's how you do it.
For the new construction.
No, for
And
the
existing.
existing as well.
Well, if the.
And
existing
everybody that's in
hasn't-
300 feet of that line has to hook up
You know, I think on
by
that,
law.
correct me if I'm wrong, but do they have to, don't they have a period of time they can do it in?
Well, it's up to the board. The board decides all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So
So
in
you
Plain
can-
City's case, we gave them a couple years to connect. We didn't want it to be a hardship to anybody. So you know how that is. If your septic tank's working good, you don't want anything to do with it. But if you got problems, you want to be the first one to sign up because you're gonna end up putting a new septic tank in a couple years anyway. So it depends on where you are on this stratagem.
But I want to be clear with, you know, just what you said, Rand, about people being charged. The only way that an existing owner up there, user / single family homeowner would be charged is when they make a connection. They're not going to be charged for
already have
anybody else. They would be charged if and when they connected to an existing system. Now, again, that would be up to the board, as Commissioner Jenkins said. If a system was going to place and the board said, look, you've got 3 years before you're required to connect. I lived out in West Haven for a little period of time when they brought it in and ran the sewer down. And we had a couple years, I jumped on the first year, because why would I be on septic for $400-500, jump onto sewer? So we very, I think the commission feels very firmly that user fees are the way to go. That we want this, the user should pay for the system. And you should have the ability as a homeowner within the bounds that make sense for the district or your board to set up the guidelines when and if you connect. But, you know, let's be clear. Somebody living over in Liberty is not going to pay for somebody in Eden to have sewer. That's not gonna happen.
Right.
So when we did this out in Plain City, what we ended up doing is the area that we decided we were gonna sewer, we sewered and run them there. And then we kind of cut a special deal for the first year for people to come on board. It ended up being a $500 or $600 savings. And then we told them, look, we're first of this month, you're gonna get a $10 a month bill, whether you connect or not. The sewer's in front of your house. The law says you're supposed to connect. We're ready to go. There's nothing preventing it. They started getting a $20 bill and they were on. But we didn't make them connect. We give them, like Commissioner Forrest said, we give them a grace period of 2 years and said, okay, sometime, you know, frankly, most of these people that the sewers were working fine, they waited the 2 years, right? Because you don't have to want to do it before you have to. But that's what we did. And it worked out just fine and everybody complained, and but it's just the way it is. And I suspect if we did something like this up there, we'd have to take it to a vote to put people in this district. I will have to determine that.
I think that what I'd suggest is we need to first of all, see what this study says. Make sure that this study makes sense before it gets out of the gate. That's all right with you guys. And then start working with the people up there, because I don't want our board from Wolf Creek to be making decisions for those folks in Eden. I'd want to add people onto the board and have us appoint people to the board to work with us to make sure that what's done makes sense for the people.
So
of
there would be
Eden.
representation.
Yes,
And we'd have to work
that's what I.
our way through that. There's
Good
no
idea.
question. We'd have to do that.
Nothing wrong with that.
So let me ask you this, do you have the ability to add the other 9 holes up there? Well, you said
Back
you're
9.
irrigating 9 today.
For water.
Could you irrigate the other 9 as well? Make it
We
18?
can put, if it's at the quality, if another plan is put in and it's the quality of what we are currently pulling out of our plants, we can put that right into our irrigation system.
And we can run it through
See,
the
I
entire secondary system.
really like that.
We're actually running it through the entire secondary system at this point. But we need the secondary water. So,
That's right.
No?
This is all this, I know you need secondary.
and that's why we're talking to you. Otherwise, we wouldn't be talking to you.
Well, and
Tell Miranda, be nice.
there's no question, sewer systems have effluent that they get rid of. There's no question about it. And, it works really good.
So you want the water,
I'll call her Randy Marriott.
Nothing wrong with that.
Junior,
Everybody
Junior.
does.
Mariette.
Well, that's really what brings us to the nitty gritty point. So we're going to have to be able to manage that extra water. So we're going to need that 90-acre-foot storage pond that we need to be able to serve our customers and deal with our water shortage on secondary side, which we've got a grant application into you for 1.9 million. We need that 1.9 million.
This is your ARPA.
Yeah, we've had this discussion, yeah.
Leaving it in their capable hands. It's in the review process right now.
All right, I
They will make
understand
final
it's in the review process. I understand it's now got 2 gold stars next to it. We will move on. As long as it's got 2 gold stars, I'm happy.
Oh, we got stars. Wow, that's.
John, is that adequate for your answer? Because you wanted that answer, right?
Yes,
Yeah, the applications are being reviewed.
I'm glad you're reviewing them really
Now, is that,
carefully.
is that
With
for
your
your
gold
well?
stars in hand. We got the gold stars in hand? All right.
I have a question, Mr. Chair, when it gets.
That's
Go
the
ahead,
pond.
go
That's
ahead.
the pond. Okay.
That's right now.
So is what you're saying, and I asked this question to you, Chair Menzies and your board, just as we're talking, as we're just, again, we're on a napkin here, drawing some things out on a napkin. So you're talking about taking, I'll do my best. You're up here where the arrow is. You're talking about taking in this area down all through here, so it would include Nordic and Osprey and whatever else comes here. This would be, and you mentioned phasing or steps or whatever. So this would be phasing 1, and it'd all flow up and around and secondary watering and there'd be another phase potentially over in here. I guess that'd be off the screen somewhere in here one day. Whether that would be part of Wolf Creek or not, who knows? But it's a consolidation idea. This is a consolidation idea. Why wouldn't you take, so if that were the case, can I get a couple of head nods so I at least know I'm on kind of the right, is that generally speaking? Why wouldn't you take the extra water coming in from Powder Mountain off those sewer lagoons that they have up there, just the water part?
It's not treated to that quality. Can't use it. It's got to be treated to the standard that's coming out of our plant today.
So really what you're saying is you would take the water if it were of the quality. So if in going into those ponds, there was another package plant of some sort up there, you'd be glad to take that water. Yeah, more than happy to take that water
Where does their effluent go today?
into the, it goes into those ponds.
They've got some
The
lagoons up
lagoons
there.
right up
Over
here
on
on
golf course, on the
Yeah.
foot of the mountain up there.
Yeah.
I would like to point out to Commissioner Harvey that our grant application specifically stated that we would consider receiving water from Powder Mountain District after treatment. That's already in our grant application.
After treatment.
Yes, because the number of houses that Powder Mountain is
Yeah.
proposing is too many for our system. We can't take the sewage specifically because of the infiltration in your systems,
In that system.
in that system,
Thank you.
Hold on, the infiltration.
the infiltration. When the
So-
snow melts, the flow of sewage increases due to snow melt getting into the system through cracks and chinks and manholes and poor maintenance.
All
Goes
that I
from
understand.
something like 10 gallons a minute to 250 gallons a minute.
Really?
And that is enough to
There's a
blow
lot of
out our
infiltration.
entire
That
plant.
much, huh?
And that is why, although we did at one point consider taking their sewage, we
Of course, the
then,
quality of the water with the infiltration goes way up, right? Because it's diluted.
that is true, but the plant can't accept that flow. And once water is in a sewer, it has to go to the plant.
You gotta run it through the plant. Yeah, you
Yes.
don't have a choice.
You don't have the ability,
Yeah,
you
there's a
don't
lot
have
of
the ability.
infiltration on that line coming down the road.
I
Robbie
think-
showed me that.
Well, I think
6
we knew
years ago.
that. I didn't know it was that much, but.
It's a massive amount.
It's a lot.
So you would ideally have it go through the lagoon system, get treated, and then take a discharge from the
It's
lagoon.
still not, if it's just a lagoon system, it's not gonna be at that quality. Coming out of our treatment facility, we still have to test for our permit every day that we're using that water.
Could you run it from the lagoon system into your treatment system though?
The biggest problem is the capacity. I mean, when you're talking and when it's
Yeah, you
coming and
solve
those,
your
and that
capacity.
infiltration's getting in there, you've got to deal with it. That's why we have those
Right.
backup lagoons at our place and we use them.
Well, man, how come the infiltration's so bad? Art?
When that, I think things have just moved and there's a lot of water getting inside that system. I don't know. I just seen it. I've pulled the manholes and you say it's poor maintenance, but that pipe's been in the ground since Kobe built it back in what, 70 what? 60.
Oh, no, that,
72.
that pipe, this is relatively new pipe.
No, not the sewer pipe.
Not the main trunk.
Not the main trunk
segment
line.
that goes down Powder Mountain Road. all
One
the way
coming down
down,
Powder
that's where a lot of that's coming in.
Is it?
I think I speak for the board, I speak for the staff. We are not in any way interested in dealing with Powder Mountain District. That is an absolute.
You've heard that before. haven't you,
I
Harvey?
want you to add 3 words to that in front of your whole board at this time.
I will repeat what I said.
I heard what you said.
Well, I'm
I
glad
just
I
hope
said.
that you're open-minded enough and you're not closed-minded enough to say never in the future, because
I
that's what that
understand.
statement said.
That's true. And I wrote the letter that offered to take the Powder Mountain sewage in 2013. And that letter said, you will address the infiltration before we will even consider it.
I've not seen that
No,
document.
because they never picked it up. They didn't bother because the commissioners decided they didn't have to.
Hold on. Miranda, just a second. I wonder who was in then,
Yeah,
Yeah.
just in case. We're finding a common denominator amongst the,
we're going back to 2013,
Anyway.
2014.
So,
So Rob,
Anyway,
before this
just
new
saying.
group bought up there and started developing, they had a sewage system that went down to lagoons at that time, then,
Which,
Powder Mountain.
I don't know. Yeah, it's always gone to the lagoons.
Okay, and then when they added this addition to it, they didn't change any of that. They just added to the top end.
That's correct.
Okay,
You
I'm
got a-
trying to
you got a
understand this. I didn't
5-mile
know.
pipeline coming down.
A what?
A 5-mile pipeline coming down off of that mountain.
And so I'm assuming it's a cement line.
I don't think
What's-
they've done anything to it since 72.
So do you know what size it is?
I
And
believe it's
I'll be honest,
12.
I think it just requires somebody to pay attention in detail and take measurements of the flows and measure the flow rate based on where the melt front is as it works up the mountain.
Yeah.
And that's how you find where the holes are.
You
Well,
think they could do that?
I suspect what they do is line that pipe. You know, most of, I mean, I'm on the Central Weaver Board and we're doing that right now today. Just issued a contract and this spring they'll start lining that line that goes over the hooper. And that's what you do. And so I
so
suspect
we're talking about Powder Mountain again.
I suspect that's what you do up there is line that pipe all the way down there.
Yeah.
But there is another possibility, which is they put a plant at the top and then send the clean water down the hill. Then it's not so critical
Sure.
what happens
That is
to
a
it. And then we
possibility.
can, then you can probably manage that more
All
easily.
comes down to money.
There's all kinds of
There's all
possibilities.
sorts of
All I
possibilities
want you to do, Miranda, is consider adding
open-minded.
3 words.
at this time.
At this time.
Board,
It's
did you hear
very
that?
simple.
We heard that,
At
right?
this time.
It's when, after Rob's retired, but at this time.
Wow, this is something I had not anticipated at all. It's kind of.
This is a pleasant
Blindsides me a little.
surprise.
All right.
Did we answer your questions, Miranda, or?
I think he
You have a
answered
pretty-
mine, so you're
usually have a
saying
pretty
all
good
North
list.
Valley and
Well,
Osprey, right?
I think we've
Right?
agreed that
You are.
our application's got gold stars on it, which makes me happy. Um,
I don't know. In answer to that question, at this time.
At this time,
Yeah.
Well, actually, I have to say, the way that trustee Bingham worded it was far more tactful, but I decided that this was probably covered it. All right, so one of the things I had was whether we had a realistic time frame, but that was before we came up with the idea of a lift station, because I know you've got this ARPA limitation, it has to be spent by 2026.
Correct. Well, it
Um,
has to be
Contract.
allocated by 2024 and
Spent by
work done by
2026.
2026.
Yeah, we have to have the contracts in place by 2024.
Yes.
Right, right. I get that. And I think, honestly, things could move a great deal faster for something as simple as a lift station. I'd appreciate 2 things at this
Two,
time.
okay,
One
good.
is I don't believe it's right for us as a district and our customers to have to pay for the financial cost of evaluating some of these things. I would appreciate a very small budget in order for us to be able to pay our engineer, Dan White, at Gardner Engineering, to help us evaluate this. And similarly, I'd like a legal opinion from Cortland Erickson on the water right issue, which Gary is fully familiar with. I'd like to get a legal opinion
With the
from the
water
county.
So
on
you're
that.
starting to trust and
So-
rather, you like
Who
our
owns the
attorneys
apple?
then, aren't you? Don't you?
So
In this
Ramsey,
particular case, I think if we had it written by Cortland, researched by your legal folks, and cross-signed by Scott Paxman, the new head of Weber Basin, I would be very satisfied.
If I could speak to that for a second, Miranda, I was on the phone with Scott as recently as Friday
Yes.
regarding this issue.
Yes,
He said there's very clear state legislation
yes.
that says the original provider of the water has the jurisdiction of the effluent once it's been treated.
The
He said,
original provider of the water. So how are we going to manage this?
so whoever provides the water to the user before it becomes sewage owns the water.
he said that, huh?
In which case, how are we going to
So I
manage
would
this?
disagree with that. I was in the legislature for 16 years. I was the chair of the Natural Resources, and that has never been litigated. The debate goes on today on who owns the effluent.
Yeah, I agree.
The company who processed it, or the people who, because, one's saying, I paid you to process
I
it,
know,
and the other one's saying, look, we're processing, it's our water.
we've heard so many different sides of this. I'm just collecting.
So Weber,
input from
so
everybody.
Weber Basin right now is getting ready to process that water and put in Willard Bay.
Yeah.
You saying they'd do that knowing they don't own it?
That, according to Scott Paxman, he is also a benefactor of that,
I know he is,
because since they
but
manage the
Weber,
water.
or Central Weber,
I think Scott's opinion is, since they originally collect all the water up in the watersheds in the mountain, and it's eventually sold wholesale to either cities or the
Mhm.
residents themselves, they own it. So when it goes through Central Weaver's plant and is treated, it's technically still their water.
yeah, I would argue that all day long.
I was on the phone with him for 30 minutes on Friday.
Yeah.
That was after our meeting on Thursday when you told us if we treated it, we owned it.
I know. And so, because I talked to other folks at City Engineers Conference 2 weeks ago that said, since they were paid to take the sewer and that they treated it and made it cleaner, that they own it. Which is
very debate,
conflicting,
Gary.
which is conflicting answers,
That's
right?
right.
And that's
Yeah.
why I still don't
trust
know
you.
who's right on this.
But I need to have
You have to.
our customers need to be indemnified from this problem.
Listen, the reason, and like you've already said, the reason you're here is because secondary water, this provides us
Yes,
a portion of a solution.
it provides a portion of a solution, but I need my customers to be indemnified from the problems that your engineer Maris has just described. I mean, we need Cortland here, and Cortland would need to research this, or one of his colleagues, and make sure that my customers, our customers, are protected as your voters are protected from the complexities of this darn thing. Because this should not, it strikes me that a legal issue like this should not prevent a good solution being provided to a community.
So listen, Cortland's
Well
not,
said.
I agree.
Cortland's not the man to make this
All right.
decision. You need to get hold of a water attorney. There's a half a dozen of them in the state, and that's all they do. And you need a water attorney to make this decision.
Can I rephrase that, please, Chair, and say, this is in the interests of the county to get this resolved?
Oh,
I would
absolutely.
appreciate it if the county could take
Well,
this on.
so Weaver Basin, they have an attorney on staff who is a water attorney.
But
And
it's,
that's who we need to go to, somebody like that. But
But
that's
it's-
all they do.
it's
Well,
in his interests, though, it's in Weaver Basin's interests to establish ownership of that water so they can charge for it. And we don't want to have to be paid for this stuff twice.
Yeah, and I agree with
I agree.
Brandon.
I do too.
I really think we should look at an independent water attorney. And then, well, I think, and I agree with
See,
you, I
Don-
ran some legislation on the exact issue out west on reuse water. And there was a big conflict between Weaver Basin and the sewer
Right.
district. So I answer your question, I think it's gonna come down to some legislation that for once and for all says either the, original supplier of the water or whoever processes it, the end result goes to, the end ownership goes to that processor. I mean, to me, that's the only way.
I'm on board with that.
So,
I'm on board with that.
Is it possible to strike up an agreement with Weaver Basin?
but, or you could do an
On
agreement.
this effluent that says you guys would retain ownership of the effluent for secondary purposes?
I'd like to get an independent water attorney,
But
like you
They
said
won't say
already.
something like that, Gary.
Okay.
I just need this, I just
Just
need
need
this
to
issue
You need
to
the
get in
problem
my
solved.
way.
Yeah, that's it.
I would think we'd go with
worry about
independent.
that.
We've got our water guys that.
Yeah, there's other good water guys
Yeah, that's
down
right.
there.
That's
You don't
what I'm
need
saying.
theirs.
I'm perfectly fine using our water
Thank you.
folks.
I will leave it in your capable hands. Thank you.
That's a good suggestion.
In fact, didn't we use a water guy up there in North Fork?
We did.
He was great.
One of the best, yeah.
Yeah,
Chris
Oh.
Crockett has recommended someone for our mega site to talk about that same issue. So we do have a name. We can ask the attorneys to contact them.
We just got through with this. We can handle it. We got this.
yeah,
So-
that's right. That guy'd
We're
be
good.
great.
Steph can chase this down between Steph and Sean. Perfect.
We got
Good.
it.
Well, I want to make sure he's a water attorney.
He is, well, yes.
Yeah.
He's
he
an
is.
expert.
That's exactly.
That's what I
it is.
want.
Yeah.
Is
Okay,
there anything I've missed?
done, Miranda.
All right.
Because like I
I
say,
need
this has
to
been
check with my
debated the entire time I was in the
Anything else?
legislature.
I have a question, but I think if we huddle up outside of the meeting, I could get it answered. It was about the cost that people would, maybe the ones that are already in our centralized district now.
Existing customers.
Yes. We're elected just like you are.
Sure.
And our constituents expect us to do the right thing and work for them.
Yeah.
So as a centralized district now, we enjoy some really good services. And if the district expands or we assimilate more people into this district as we go along, what's the cost now to our existing users? Are they going to say, hey, this is great, we can help everybody out, we'll go ahead and we'll dig in, what do you need? I don't think that's going to happen. So where are we with that? What do we tell our existing users? You remember this, I brought this up at the meeting and I said, look, I don't want our existing users to spend another dime to do any of this. Why should they? What's in it for them?
There's
That's a
not,
good question.
there isn't anything in it to them. And it's kind of like what you were alluding to, that you split it. You have to be able to zone that out so the people that are in that new zone are the ones that are paying the bill, not your existing users.
If we can do that, you've just answered my question.
Yeah, that's how I see it.
Because my phone would ring off the hook. I think a lot of you are familiar with that. And the emails wouldn't stop.
No, you
How
shouldn't
come we
have to pay for Nordic Valley, right?
For any of
Or
it.
you, any of it, right?
No, I think your existing customers
They need to
customers
become-
need the protection. I mean, they're gonna have the rates increase. I mean, don't promise them they're gonna have the same rates 10 or 15 because we know the costs are going up.
Well,
O and M.
10 or 15 years, you know,
But
inflation, whatever.
I mean, there's a
cost to run the
difference between
business.
O
That's up to you on
and
the board.
M and
Yes.
adding
Yeah.
additional service.
Yes,
Yeah, but to tell them, okay, this is great, you're gonna love it, we're helping out our neighbors. Again, no.
Let me tell you what they get for it. Let me tell you, in my mind, what they get for, I mean, what do we get out of it as an existing district?
Right.
What you get out of it is you get some more depth of ROPS. You have more pumps available to them when a existing pump goes down, or more men available, so their service, possibly their service can go, if there's a problem, they have a shorter time of being down. You have more horsepower to draw on.
Resilience.
Okay, good one.
So
That's what you get. That's
Really,
not
you're
all you-
talking about rate structure.
Oh, yeah.
You can dilute things down. You might be able to dilute down
Well,
what
what's
you've
it, I
got.
mean, what's in it, well, how's the customer gonna perceive,
Right,
perceive,
so-
maybe.
boy,
I
I'm getting
think
all this good stuff.
So let me
How
tell
can I
you,
perceive it?
Central Weaver is having this exact discussion today, just what you're talking about.
Right.
And the fact of it is, you got to decide what the mission of your district is. And in Central Weaver's case, their mission is to go out and do this area. So the impact fee that they charge pays for the impact on the plant.
Right.
And the impact on the system. And so you put that stuff away, and that's what you build new lagoons with, you double the size, you do all that. And the other fees they pay, your monthly fees, that pays for the processing of the effluent as it comes out. And that expense that goes through there. Now, you've got to make sure those balance out so that the existing customer doesn't get charged anymore in impact fees. But the fee that they get charged monthly, you know, that kind of, I'm with Gage here a little, that thing inches along, and it's pretty tough to not promise somebody that will never change.
Well,
that's not what we've done though,
Right.
Chair. We just put our prices up to deal with this drought situation. We've kept I think we've kept our budget solid, wouldn't you say, Rob? I mean, and we separated out, we have impact fees separate from O and M. And our
Understand.
water fees went up 2 years ago to cover repair
What
costs
I'm
because we had
trying to
so many
tell you, though,
earthquakes.
is this ends up being your decision as a board, right?
Mhm.
We will walk away from this. If you decide to create a district or expand the size of your district to pick this area up. And
When you say walk away, tell them what you mean by walk away.
I mean, we won't have a thing to do with it.
Once
We'll
you
walk
guys-
away.
So
Once you
we'll be
guys
in charge of it.
adopt
Yeah,
it'll be
you'll be in
your-
charge of the whole thing.
You're the board.
Yeah, you're the board.
Well, we're the
And
elected, elected board, yes.
Yeah.
You do, but you bond and everything that happens is under your purview. We have nothing to say. In this case, where you're independent, we don't get to place anybody on the board.
We just assume very much want the board and the locals up there running this. We don't,
Yeah, we want you to take care of your own
That's
destiny.
just not a big grab,
I
at
think-
least at this time.
this is not anything that the county commission is trying to control or
Right.
run. This is up to the citizens up there. We've said that at least I've said that from day one.
So the way
I
Plain
think- I
City
think we
runs
need-
theirs,
To get the citizens.
The
feeling
town
More that they're in.
Yeah.
is a
more that
body
they're
of
in
politics,
privacy.
But they shouldn't be
but they
penalized.
create their own district. And the district really ends up being the board, the city councilman. They end up being over that. And so we get out of one meeting and get into the other, and it's all one group of people. And we end up collecting a couple $1 million a year. And that couple $1 million a year, we have one person that runs it. And we have, our population is about 7,500 out there. Now, with that one person a year, he ends up going around and checking the flows every day and checking the pumps to make sure they're running. And when one of the buzzers go off, you go out and handle that. You end up running, we don't have a plant like you do. We're simply lagoons. But, and then the day that something happens, you have to make a decision. Is this big enough that I can handle it? Can I get a helper and handle it, or do I sub it out? And they have a list of contractors they deal with on a regular basis out there. And when something happens, they sub it out. They just boom, boom, and it just turns into their daily operation. And whether that be one people or two people or four people, kind of depends on what you decide to do with yourself or what you don't decide to do yourself. You know, depending on every system is very much their own. Out there, we're flat, so it's 100% a pump system. So they got 25, 28 pumps in there and or lift stations, and they're running those all the time. You know, it's just a constant making sure the system's running itself. And you'd have to do the same thing up here. If you're, I think a major portion of yours would be gravity because of the lay of the land, but still you're gonna have a couple of major lift stations somewhere in there. And it just, you know how it goes, Rob. You're every day, you're doing one thing or another, and depending on how it turns out to be, you might need one person, two people. You have a plant and they don't have a plant. So that's a big deal, the difference there. So that's how it works out.
I did, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
You good?
All right.
Rob, do you-
Thank you for coming in. We appreciate you even talking about this.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Thank you, Miranda.
I'm just going to find out whether I'm hung, drawn, and quartered by my neighbors. but-
Sure. Well, and as this information comes in, we'll be glad to contact you later.
Yeah, thanks, appreciate you staying in contact
Thank you.
with Gary.
We do
Next time.
appreciate it.
Yep, for sure.
Thank
Thank
you.
you for your time.
Dive in.
Very good to see you.
Thanks, guys. Good to see you, Brad. Good to see you. Take care. Thank you, Miranda, thanks.
Take care of it.
Like where you're headed.
Thanks again, appreciate it.
Miranda, thank
I
you.
didn't say we were headed there. I just said we would look at the road.
Well.
That's fine.
Good to see you. I need more. I just need more back.
So is Felix out there? He's the next guy in.
You guys need a water in? Just come down now. Thanks. This is what. Good to see you again. Did you tell that little sweetheart I said hello?
I did, they're in Hawaii, they're coming back in a couple of days. Danny found some great package, couple $100 out in back. He took a couple of his brothers with him. And they've just stormed Hawaii.
Good.
So they're doing well.
Great to see you.
They just all doing good. Thanks for asking, appreciate it.
Thanks, you guys.
Okay, yeah, I just.
I know what you.
If I knew that, I would help navigate. I got behind there for a minute.
Yeah.
We did. All right, Felix, you're up.
Yes, thank you, guys. It's gonna be brief. I'm gonna bring up the property on the map here. This is a project in Western Weaver area. It's a planned residential unit development. And what he's doing is,
I thought we weren't doing any more of these.
yeah, so this one came in prior to the code change.
Yeah.
So he's got some estimates there.
Yeah.
He snuck in right before. This is laggy with.
Commissioner Jenkins, if you want to look at the lot layout. He's actually doing townhomes, couple four.
Oh, yeah,
plexes and a
I remember
fiveplex.
this. Yeah, this one on that diamond. Do you remember that one, Hart?
Let me see.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I
Many
remember
of you
this.
remember it.
We had to send out
All the
notice.
neighbors are upset because you got so much jam in such a little area.
Yeah.
We had,
Why do we have neighbors upset?
I don't remember actually having neighbors upset about this one. This one was
Show Gage that.
West
lot
Haven
layout.
City, we had to send a notice to them about it,
Oh,
and
yeah.
they sent us a letter saying, we don't want it. We don't want you guys to approve this.
Really?
And our responsibility at this point is to respond back to them in writing. And we just wanted to know what you'd like us to say, I guess.
Where you going?
I'm trying to find West Haven City. I'm like
Go south.
fumbling around
Go
here.
south.
Right there.
There you go. Now you're cooking.
Okay,
Turquoise.
sorry, guys.
Yeah, oh, you're right there. That's it, right there.
Yeah.
Is this Val Sanders?
Yeah.
Pardon?
Oh, this is Val Sanders.
Yeah, so right here is, that's that Wilson Canal. And right there is the pond that Hooper takes their water out of. Right.
You want us to read you the letter from West Haven?
I got some hard copies too, if you'd like.
Does our zoning allow this?
Yep.
Or does this take a change in zone?
No zone change needed.
No zone change?
No, it's allowed.
Yeah, let's see the letter.
It's A1. So
You know, I've read this once.
It's allowed as a PRUD.
Yeah.
So it is different than the typical A1 zoning, but it's already been approved.
I gotta go see a man about And what's their plan for how many units?
24.
24.
Yeah. they typically
What's the
20.
lot size?
So they're all, they're townhomes.
I know. What is the piece of property size?
Oh,
I said lot. I meant
Sorry.
a lot.
Acres.
Single.
15 acres, yeah,
That's 15 acres?
yeah,
15 acres?
yes.
They want 24?
Yep.
Other than the.
That's more than a half acre.
Well, yeah,
It's because they got bonus density,
Yeah,
So you
but
get bonus.
but still,
so.
if you went half acre, that would be 30 lots, 30 units. They're going 24.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I see an issue with that.
I don't either.
And you've already approved the conditional use permit. It's just that when a subdivision is submitted, that's at the point we have to notify West Haven.
Yeah, that's
Well,
okay. I get tired of these guys.
They should annex, it.
Yeah.
If they want it different, they need to annex it.
That's right.
That's why I'm
That's
saying.
exactly right.
Why don't they annex it in? It said future annex. Well, guess what? These people have the right to do what they want now, not wait for West Haven.
Well, this goes Plain City. They're bitching and complaining. I tell them, look, it's in the county. We've got the right. We've got our own laws and rules that we operate by.
If you don't like
Now,
it,
if you
buy it
don't,
or
yeah,
annex
if
it.
you don't want it, there it is. Look, you're dang, you're adjacent on the north end.
Yeah.
Pick it up.
Should we, should our response be something along those lines, in a diplomatic way?
Yes.
Oh, nanny, go.
A little more diplomatic, but,
But
well, yeah, but I
essentially-
mean, the point is they've had plenty of time to annex it. They haven't done it. These guys are well within their rights under our code. It's our decision. Why would we say no?
Unless West Haven demands that it go to their city, at that point, I think we would have to acquiesce and they can take it. But until then,
You don't want to
It just goes
annex it?
forward.
I mean, is your recommendation to them to have it annexed?
That's their decision, but I mean.
Of course, they can't force an annexation if an individual doesn't want to
they
go.
can't force the annexation, but if the development is worth a certain amount, or if its value is a certain amount, then West Haven does have the right to annex that, I
Right.
believe, into their city. Is that
Well,
correct?
yeah, but if we give them a development agreement, then they can't cut him back.
Right.
That will follow the property.
There wouldn't be a development agreement with this, though.
No development agreement here.
Well, why wouldn't we give him one though? That's my point.
We just approve his subdivision.
Yes, he's already been approved for what he wants to
We would just
do.
approve his subdivision.
Yeah,
So you're okay to approve the subdivision?
I am, I'd be a yes
Let
vote.
them worry about
I don't
it.
see why I don't know why we would say no. I mean,
He also had, didn't he have just a single string of storage sheds on the
Yes.
south end?
I think that's
Kind of up in that corner.
that's the big issue.
That's the issue?
Remember, they came in and talked to us about the sewer, and they brought this up when they were in here. This was a few weeks ago. West Haven did. And I think the storage units were the big issue in their mind.
So
It didn't
there's-
fit with the character.
The storage units are hidden, basically.
Well,
They're hidden
yeah.
back there, and they're gonna be owned by the people who own these units. They're not gonna be rented out.
yeah, they're not rentals, right?
Oh, okay,
Plus,
all right.
if you look at that, the access to that pond goes right along that south end,
Yeah.
right there.
Yeah.
So I agree with what you said. It's hidden. It'll be hidden by the units up front. There'll be a small road that comes in there to go to this. And that's the only way those can be accessed. I don't have an issue at all with this. I think it's a nice, clean development.
Yeah.
Well, we wanted to know.
I'm good
Well,
with
you
it.
better check with Harv. He's hitting for the other team these days when it comes to density.
Familiar with this is Val Sanders off of 3500 West. We've got it up on the screen here. It's kind of this diamond piece.
Where's he giving up the other acreage? So
Right here.
he gets his bonus.
Right
gets
here.
him going.
Preserving,
Big old.
10 acres of ag. He's also got a little common area pocket park. So the commission's actually already approved his PRUD. Now that he's subdividing, we had to notify West Haven.
Well, you know, I would normally be a no on my new way of thinking, because I am,
You hitting for the other team?
but since it's already done, we're in for a legal battle if we don't. So that's.
Well, so there's a conditional use permit approved, but the state code says that we have to at least send a notice to West Haven.
At least
And it's
something on the
a
jacket.
So I don't know that we
I want
technically would be in any legal battle. I can't speak to that, but I don't think we would be because we're following the state code. The commission could say, yeah, we don't want to approve because West Haven City doesn't.
I'm okay, just so you know, and to be clear, I'm okay up to this, about this level. Not my, where's the node gonna be? Where's the node for growth gonna be? If you blow that up, hold on. Let me.
The node for growth.
That's okay, I got it.
What are we looking at here?
Oh, hold on. Don't move it. You move that mouse.
Oh,
Where's that, where are we, where is the lot in question?
right here.
Right here. Right there. Correct?
No.
That triangle right there.
Just south, right here.
Right.
Right there, okay. 2550. Yeah, I'd be a townhouse is about as much as you're gonna get out of me. There.
Hey, Andy.
That's a little heavy. Yeah, I'd rather. see
Why is
those-
that heavy?
I'm just, I'm not, I'm going the other way. I told you I was headed the other way.
So it's 30, it's a half acre per unit.
Those aren't half acre per unit.
With a PRUD and bonus density, you get 50% bonus.
So how many units are on an acre right there?
24 on 16, whatever that ends up.
Oh, okay. 24 units on 16 acres?
Yeah.
I thought they were
They're
townhouses.
just concentrated into townhouses. So most of the density is upfront on one parcel. There's a lot of open space in the back.
All right. Yeah, the open space in the back, which is never gonna be developable in our time, but it'll eventually be something else.
Oh, I'm not sure it will, Harv. So I was telling Gage before you walked in. This is Hooker, no, it's Hooker's water.
Yeah, they pump from.
Uh-huh, and this is the Wilson Canal. And so the road that goes in there snakes right along the edge of that, goes right in like that to the
Sure.
pump station.
Right.
Well, they've got some storage units right here in the back, about 10 of them. So it really takes the whole piece up. All right.
No, I was thinking about right here, because this is where they're getting a bonus from.
Yeah, you're right.
And one day I'm thinking they'll do something with that. Although they can't, but under another commission, they.
Yeah, they might do.
50 years from now.
But we got any more of these cluster pieces of crap coming?
Yeah, we've got, it's called Riverbend.
Not PRUDs, but clusters there are some.
Where's Riverbend?
It's on 3600.
Yeah,
Is
so
this-
this is Dave Lolli's.
Who's the developer on this one?
This one isn't Dale.
Ed Graham.
Oh, this is Ed Graham. This is the water issue where he was talking to Ron Gibson.
He owns this.
Oh, yeah.
It's got all this farmland back here. How many lots? 90 something?
Yeah, that's right.
That's the only other one I think of that's getting through the process.
Listen, I'm with you. I'm headed down.
Okay.
You just gotta give me time to think about it.
I just poking the bear a little.
A little.
All right.
What do you mean a little?
So our response can be, you're welcome to annex it, but the commission, or at least the county has met with the commissioners. Commissioners have no problem approving this.
That's right.
You got at least 66%.
That's how we respond.
This is the 33% share. Historically, it's been that way for quite some time now.
All right.
Thank
You guys got your answer.
Yep, thanks.
Yeah, we appreciate it.
So, yeah, hand that over here to me, would you? That mouse and pad right there in front of you.
All right, thanks, thank you.
Yeah.
You know, I'd probably be, I love teasing you. I hope you don't mind.
I don't. So Brian Cowan, I see you on here. I'm sorry, we're 10 minutes late.
That's okay. I'm here and ready to go.
All right, go ahead, Gage. We'll be back in the room in a minute, but for now, get going.
Right, so we're reporting on COVID situation today. The good news is we're continuing on a downward trend with the number of positive cases that we have in our community. We're up to 71,761 total cases. That's an increase of 1,711 over the last week. Brings our 7-day average to 225 new cases a day. That's a decrease of 270 cases from the average that I reported to you last week. So a good number to report there. We have 10,958 active cases currently in our community. That's a decrease of 3,410 active cases. Another good indicator to report. Total deaths are at 390. That's 4 more than I reported to you last week. So, excuse me, 2 more than I reported to you last week. Only 2 over the last week. Hospitalizations are also declining. We have 65 total hospitalizations from COVID. 15 of those are in the ICU. And that's a decrease from what we had last week. It was 79 that we reported last week. So starting to see that downward trend in hospitalizations as well. The schools also are looking good. Currently have 140 active cases in the schools. That's down from 413 that I reported last week, a decrease of 273 cases. 208 of those cases are in students, 116 of those cases are in students. That's a decrease of 208 from last week. And then 10 in faculty and 14 in other people associated with the schools. We currently have 86 of our 101 schools reporting at least 1 case. And we've asked 1,269 students to quarantine. So
Brian,
yeah,
when you said you expected this to go down even more, this went down even more than you thought, right?
Yeah, it's declining at a pretty rapid rate. Part of that is because of the number of people getting tested is declining. So we're trying to gauge, what the actual disease rate is in our community. And that's a little bit harder to quantify right now because we've got fewer people testing, more people doing at-home tests that may not get reported. And where our percent positive, while it's on a decline as well, that's the number of positive cases to total people tested. That number is declining, but it's not declining at the same rate as our case numbers. So that tells us that we're testing a higher percentage of symptomatic people in our community. So overall, it's still a good condition to be in. We're still in a downward trend. We just don't feel like it's trending downward as fast as the actual just case numbers, if we look at that one indicator, indicate to us. We've also had a news release yesterday from the State Health Department that has shown a discrepancy in the effectiveness of one of the types of rapid tests that the state has been using. They made the decision to stop using it today because it has a much higher percentage of false negatives than reported by the manufacturer in their data. So that's another issue that we're just kind of monitoring as we go. But again, I just want to reemphasize the good news is we're on a downward trend and cases are dropping off pretty quickly. Our wastewater data is also indicating a drop in the amount of genetic material that we're finding in our wastewater associated with the COVID virus. So all a good trend from that perspective.
Great.
Yep. That's all I have for COVID. I do have one other issue I just want to bring to your attention. Tomorrow on your meeting agenda, I'm on there to have 2 new board members appointed to the Board of Health. Angela Choberka is who Ogden City Council is recommending be appointed to represent Ogden City on the position for them. And then Dr. Lee Schussman is on your agenda to be appointed to occupy the Weber County Citizen at Large position that represents environmental or business background. I'm hoping we didn't get ahead of you a little bit. Last week, I know we had a little bit of discussion about this meeting, and our staff working with Brandon Quinney kind of moved things along and got us on your agenda for tomorrow. But I just want to make you aware it's there. I'll be there to present and ask for those two appointments.
So I had somebody I was gonna put in there, but the last 4 days I've been over to her place 4 or 5 times and I don't have her phone number and she's out of town. I mean,
Okay.
I just can't come up with an answer right now. So
Yeah.
I'm okay with this, Gage.
Yeah.
With this appointment.
Yeah.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good with it. Yeah,
Commissioner, you okay?
yeah, I'm good.
Sounds to me like you're gonna get 3 eyes on that.
I think we're good with that.
Very good. And I knew, Commissioner Jenkins, that you had that one individual you were interested in. And that's why I just wanted to make sure you're aware and didn't want to get ahead of you. So.
Sure. Well, it didn't work out. I feel bad about it because I think she would have been a great fit. But like I say, and you know, she told me a while back she was doing a remodel in the house of St. George. So I suspect that's where she is.
She's probably a little busy.
Yeah. So Brian, I wanted to bring up one issue. I had a member, just a neighbor, 3 blocks up the street from me, die here 2 weeks ago. And he fell down on his head, and he was an elderly gentleman. He was in his 80s, mid-80s, and they took him to the hospital and they worked on him and they thought they had him okay, and then he started bleeding again and he ended up dying. Well, in this whole thing, they found out that he had COVID. Yeah, they didn't know it, and it hadn't really manifested itself yet. Well, anyway, they listed on the death certificate COVID. But he didn't die of COVID. He died because he fell over his head.
Really?
But I don't know, is this normal around here?
Well, the Utah medical examiner is who makes the determination and lists the cause of death on the death certificate. And I
His
know
office,
Utah,
huh?
Utah has been very, very conservative in how they've approached reviewing deaths associated with COVID and how they list that on the death certificate. In fact, I think it's one of the reasons why Utah is reporting a lower death rate to the coronavirus than other states are. And I know we've been very selective in that approach through the medical examiner's office. I've been in numerous meetings where they've discussed it and talked about the qualifiers that they look for and how careful they've been. There's been instances where someone has died in a car accident while positive with COVID, and they're not listing that as a COVID death. So I can't speak to this,
Sure.
your neighbor or other specific situations, just that we've been informed by the state and from the medical examiner's office that they are very careful in reviewing these death certificates and listing the cause of death, making sure it's appropriate.
Okay, that's good. The second thing I wanted to ask you is, and I talked to you some time ago about this, you said you'd check on it. Where they were talking about race being part of the questionnaire on whether we would treat COVID and how we were doing things. And I asked you if Utah was in fact asking that question and having you ask that question. Were you ever able to determine anything about that?
Yeah, so the state health department is doing all of that determination for who qualifies for treatment with the monoclonal antibodies, because they are, in the last few weeks there has been not enough medication for the people testing positive. They've changed several times over the last few weeks, the guidance on how they're prioritizing who has access to that. And the demand is changing on the virus. So I've been informed by the state in our policy calls that they have taken race and age off as qualifying conditions in their prioritization. And because it's becoming more available, they're in the process of just transitioning away from the state health department, making those prioritizations and leaving it into our communities, medical facilities to be able to access it and prescribe it to their patients.
That's good to know. You know, I'll admit to you, I'm very surprised that that race got on any kind of a question out of the state of Utah.
It is a risk factor for COVID. Where, you know, we do see higher rates of the disease in COVID, higher rates of hospitalization and death that is associated with race. That's one of the reasons I think why it landed on the priority list.
You know, let me, Brian, I've got a, of course, here's the fat guy in the room talking, but I know that sometimes you can also do that with regards to social stratification as it relates to wealth. People who don't have as much money, they can only afford to buy carbs and they can't afford to buy protein as much per se.
Yeah.
And so, you know, so, I mean, I guess you can, whether it's race or whether it's wealth, I mean, there's probably something to do with the availability or accessibility to, you know, the healthcare.
Yeah, Jim, I agree. There's a number of things, socioeconomic status for sure, comorbidities or other diseases like diabetes or heart disease, all tie into an increased risk from hospitalization and death from COVID. And the prioritization list that the state was using wasn't had all of those criteria, and they weren't making the decision just on race alone or on diabetes alone. It was a matter of, you know, just for discussion, to add up all of the risks that a person had and try and give the limited supply to the people at the highest risk. And race or age or socioeconomic status or comorbidities were each things that added to a person's score to get them closer to being able to have access to that limited resource.
Okay. So the other question I have, these monoclonals you're talking about, are those pill forms?
No, there are a couple that are in pill form, a couple that have to be administered through an IV.
Okay, so the pill forms, are they available yet in our area? Are we seeing these? Because I hear in other areas they're actually pretty successful.
They are available, but in limited supply. And so the state of Utah has received our state's allocation from the federal government, and they've been working with the hospital system to distribute it out through the patients that need it.
All right. Gage, any questions?
No, I think that's good information.
Commissioner Harvey?
Thank you. No.
All right, thank you, Brian. Good report this week. The needle's heading in the right direction.
It is. Yep, I agree. Thanks, commissioners, for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
See you tomorrow.
Bye. Well, that's all in today's meeting. You got anything you want
Boy,
to
you just
talk
pounded
about?
the crap out of us we'll just call it Scott's portfolio day.
Sure.
Worked us to death.
Yeah. All right. How about a motion?
Adjourn.
So move.
Second, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Hi.
We're adjourned.